Good evening. It is 6:30 p.m. Members of council are assembled. When you're ready to begin.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores for Monday, June 8th, 2026. Welcome all members, everyone in the gallery, everyone watching via the live stream. We're glad everyone's with us. The second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. Councillor Davinsky has that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing, along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you. Third item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any member have one of those you'd like to declare at this time? Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments, so we're on to the minutes and a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 19th, 2026 and May 25th, 2026 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Grace. Questions or comments to either of those sets of minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, so that takes us on to open forum. We do have one open forum request this evening. It's from Mr. Sebastian Kowalik, and he's here to talk to us on item 9.1, the Moore Bridge EA. So, sir, when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. I believe I submitted some documents as well as other members of the cycling community, so hopefully that's on record. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay. I'll be brief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sebastian Kowalik. I'm here tonight in part representing a vibrant, growing group of local cyclists and active transportation advocates who love Saugeen Shores. We regularly ride the Moore Bridge route. It's beautiful, but more importantly, it keeps us safe. It's a bit of a protected sanctuary on our routes where we can ride without fear. Public data from just a single cycling app, being Strava, shows a floor of 57 individual local riders and nearly 300 rides on this exact segment going one way, running continuously up to last month. And that doesn't even count our neighbors who walk, run, ride casually without tracking it. We're here, we use this space, and we do matter. Removing this bridge pushes cyclists onto Bruce Road 3 and Bruce Road 17. Bruce Road 3 is a high-speed 80 to 100 kilometer corridor with no paved shoulder. I can assure you it's not nice when a truck zooms by you when you're trying to cycle along. As a cycling advocate, it is disappointing to think of forcing vulnerable residents onto a road with zero margin for error. Removing the bridge doesn't eliminate a liability for the town. It creates a tragic foreseeable risk for our citizens. The cost to tear this bridge down is estimated at $600,000 to $800,000. To repair and preserve it as a dedicated trail crossing is $700,000 to $1.1 million. Those numbers overlap. For nearly an identical investment, council can choose to build up our community infrastructure rather than tear it away. Federal safety guidelines value a single statistical life at over $9 million. The modest savings of tearing down the bridge would be utterly replaced by the tragedy of a single serious collision on the highway. In the town's own consultation, 68% of respondents want to keep a crossing, while only 32% wanted it removed. The community wants to protect active transportation. We respectfully ask council to pause, show a duty of care for our vulnerable road users, and defer this decision. Please direct staff to properly assess how this corridor keeps cyclists safe. Let's thoroughly evaluate alternative number 4 for a dedicated, active transportation crossing before making a permanent, irreversible choice. If you must decide tonight, please choose alternative 4. Choose our safety, choose our community, and keep Saugeen Shores moving forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the end of our open forum. So now we're on to delegations. We have 2 delegations this evening. Just remind both delegations that council's allotted 10 minutes for our delegations. So we appreciate it if you'd keep to that timeline. Our first one, 8.1, from the Marine Heritage Society, and they're here to give us their update. And so we have Eric Tolton, Chair of the Marine Heritage Society. When you're ready, Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Charbonneau, members of council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on activities of the Marine Heritage Society. As council knows, the Society is a volunteer-led, nonprofit corporation or organization focused on preserving important marine heritage sites while also helping showcase Saugeen Shores through tourism and community events. Tonight, we'll share highlights involving restoration projects, tours, the market, and the upcoming 15th anniversary Marine Heritage Festival. Since the 1990s, the Society has helped lead restoration and stewardship efforts involving the Keeper's Cottage, the General Hunter excavation and construction of a replica of it in the museum, refurbishment of the front and rear range lights, creating replica storm baskets, maintenance of the boathouse, and more recently, the rejuvenation of the Kiosk boat in partnership with the Bruce County Museum. These were all completed to a high level of craftsmanship and with little cost to the town. Looking ahead, discussions continue with the federal government regarding the long-term stewardship of the Imperial Tower, which remains one of the area's iconic marine landmarks. The tower is the responsibility of the Canadian Coast Guard, which until last year was part of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. It has since been transferred to the Department of National Defense. Fortunately, the engineer overseeing Chantry Island has been transferred to DND and continues with her oversight. We continue to work with her and town staff to develop a long-term plan. So who does what and when? That's what we'll figure out together. The 2026 Chantry Island tour season is well underway. The Peerless 2 tour and rescue boat is fully operational. Dock installation went smoothly. The Keeper's House and Gardens are in order. Renovations to the tour base are now complete, providing a better customer experience and workspace for our volunteers. Online bookings opened strongly, with more than 100 tickets sold the first week. Volunteer captains, crew, and guide have completed training and are ready to welcome the world once again. And the Society is well ahead of some future incoming Transport Canada regulations on boating operations in Canada, specifically safety management systems. Now, over to Deb, co-chair of the annual market and festival.
Good evening. Welcoming visitors to the region includes the Friday Artisans and Taste Market, which provides a sense of vitality and social connection. And it's shaping out to be another exciting season that reflects the creativity, agriculture, food, and craftsmanship that makes Bruce County special. The market has also become an important hub for nonprofit organizations to connect with residents and visitors. This year's group includes Southampton's Arts Center, the Bruce County Playhouse, Pumpkin Fest, Hospice, and other nonprofit groups seeking profile or donations. We are also supporting young creative entrepreneurs at our Friday markets. We would also like to thank the town for its support regarding the market location. Having a reliable, consistent location that works well operationally and safely is extremely important for our volunteers, vendors, and visitors alike. The Marine Heritage Society has also proposed the use of portals to strengthen the visual pedestrian connection between the market and high street shops more directly. And we're pleased the town and SBIA have been receptive to this and other ideas. We see the market as a destination for day trippers who can spend more time in downtown and other parts of Saugeen Shores. Beyond the market, adding to community pride, it also plays an important financial role. Vendor fees and the Marine Heritage Society craft sales generate revenue supporting Chantry Island tours, the restoration projects, and building reserves toward future Imperial Tower repairs. So the market's not only about the visitor experience and quality of life, it also helps sustain the Marine Heritage Society's restorations and events that showcase Saugeen Shores as a destination. Lastly, please watch for your invitation to the Donor and Media Appreciation Recognition at the July 10th market. This is when we celebrate donors and partners in the Marine Heritage Festival. And now we have a special guest to share more on the festival.
I'm happy to be here. But now down to business. You may know about the cardboard boat races, the children's bike rally, the children's gold hunt. But last year we experimented with cultural and artistic events that were a big hit. Sorry. We are pleased to report the festival attracted more than 7,000 combined attendees across 25 activities. This year marks our 15th anniversary of the Marine Heritage Festival, and we're providing 30 activities for learning, fun in Saugeen Shores. Highlights include a multimedia lecture called Connecting Communities, the Ferry Boat Tradition, a Jane Walk, exploring Southampton's harbor, history presented by the town's own Heritage Committee, a 2-day tall ship visit featuring deck tours and public sailings, a lifeguard rescue demonstration presented by the Saugeen Shores Life Saving Club, the return of the Chantry Time Trek adventure featuring characters from the past, tours of both our restored range lights and Chantry Island, and several new musical performers as well. Please check out the brochure or the website for a complete list. While the subcommittee of the Marine Heritage Society organizes the festival, its success is due to many community groups, cultural partners, sponsors, and to the town of Saugeen Shores. And let's not forget the nearly 200 volunteers when you add up the members of the society and the other clubs. We see 3 major benefits from the festival. The first one being festival activities, including the market, provide approximately 16 community groups with opportunities for greater profile and fundraising. Second, the festival provides residents and visitors family-oriented learning and fun. Surveys show that this often spans 3 generations, and for many, it's a family tradition. And lastly, we believe the festival helps brand Saugeen Shores as a vibrant destination to live, work, play, and visit. Well, I guess I'll be off now, planning more events for the festival. Hope to see you on the 24th to the 26th of July. Thank you. Arr.
So you've heard that we're ready to welcome visitors to the area. It was gratifying to see the 2025 Saugeen Shores Destination Plan identified our tours, the market, the festival, and the tall ship among the unique experiences helping connect visitors to Saugeen Shores. And we're proud of the role we play in helping make this region a destination. But I'd like to close by recognizing a quieter contribution. This involves members of the Propeller Club, a volunteer working arm of the Marine Heritage Society that also helps care for Pioneer Park by maintaining lawns, gardens, hedges, and the general appearance of the space. This supports smaller waterfront activities, including weddings, painting classes, yoga sessions, garden tours, and many other gatherings that may not get so much attention, but nonetheless contribute to the quality of life in Saugeen Shores. And we're proud of the team that helps enable the park to be another community hub. Finally, we remain grateful for the support of council, town staff, community partners, donors, and the public for their confidence in the Marine Heritage Society. We look forward to working with everyone this summer and having fun together in helping do what we all do to advance Saugeen Shores and Bruce County. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, Deb, and Wayne. Questions or comments from members of council? The Vice Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Grace.
I just wanted to make a comment, Mr. Mayor, and I want to Eric and Deb and Wayne Kaufman and the entire board and committee of Marine Heritage Society. Thank you so much. And I remember back, I think it was around 10 years ago, maybe longer, but the society came to council and asked for a $125,000 loan. I've told the story before, and council gave them 10 years to pay it back. And in less than 3 years, the Marine Heritage Society Propeller Club partnership had paid off that $125,000, and truly incredible, really. And we talk about 200 volunteers and the work at Pioneer Park and our coveted, the Imperial Tower and the many tours that you do. It's really a fascinating group, and I just want to thank you one more time for all the great work you do for our community. And I think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that you put into our community to make this a better place to work, live, and play. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and just keep doing what you're doing. And we just keep wearing those costumes too. They look great on you. But thanks again to everybody involved with Marine Heritage Propeller Club. You do a fabulous job.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Eric and Deb and Wayne, everybody involved in the planning of everything. I'm in awe of what the society does. And the Vice Deputy Mayor has expressed that very articulately. But I also wanted to just point out something about the festival. There's no charge. So that's really important. I mean, you've got families, when our Municipal Heritage Committee has had a table there for several years. And when you see these families come in and enjoying this, the whole day, and there's no charge for them to get in, it's really wonderful for that reason as well. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. And we like to call it the Fun Free Family Festival.
It's fun free, not fun free, though. It's free fun. Okay. Councillor Davinsky.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Eric. Eric, give you a chance here to do a plug. I asked you before the meeting started if you still needed volunteers for that weekend. Your answer?
Absolutely, we do.
And what would they do?
There's many, many tasks helping with the cardboard boat races, with the gold hunt, and even just greeters at the different entrances, sitting at a table with a donation jar and welcoming people. Great chance for politicians seeking re-election to be in front of the public.
There's no point in saying that I'm going to help out now. Anyway, great, Eric. Now, in regards to this volunteering and so on, Can high school students get hours as well?
Yes, they can. And anyone who's interested in volunteering, there's an email address, volunteers@chantryisland.com. Just email and let us know you're interested.
And that's for those seeking reelection as well, and the kids? Yeah. Okay. I have a question for Deb. Thank you, Eric, and thank you for the presentation tonight by all. They were talking about everything's free to get into the Marine Heritage Festival. If I believe correctly, it's free to go to the Friday morning artisans meeting and market that you have outside of Southampton Coliseum. Is that correct?
That's right. The market is always free every Friday, and getting into the Bruce County Museum as well is free for all families from 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock. And we have a wonderful presentation going on in St. Paul's from 2 till 5, I think, yes. All the events are free. The only thing that'll cost families is any food or drink, but that doesn't mean that they can't bring a picnic basket if they want to bring their own food as well.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to everyone who took part and the other volunteers that are here that haven't said anything, but primarily are the backbone of organizations such as this. They sit in the background, they get the job prepared, and then the people come and speak. Thank you, one and all. Best of luck. We'll be talking.
Thank you for the comments to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Eric ended with some comments about how volunteers take care of the park, and it's used by so many different groups and people and for lots of different reasons. The boathouse is as well. And so I'll just add on to what he said, that it's great that volunteers with Marine Heritage and the Propeller Club have taken such great care of the boathouse over the years, most recently with some fixing up of the wood towards the top. There was some scaffolding out there not that long ago. Just as a comment, within the last 2 weeks, in terms of use of the boathouse, there's been a Shambach garage sale in there. The Southport Horticultural Society has had their plant sale in there. Last Friday, the Southampton Art Society, Southampton Art School had art classes in there with some kids. That's an extremely well-used facility as well that is taken care of by the Marine Heritage Society and the Propeller Club. So thank you for that too. And, you know, I'm going to be helping out during the festival. I don't need to plug any of that, but the Jane's Walk is a new addition. It was mentioned. It's going to be fun, and Marine Heritage, the Municipal Heritage Committee, I know has got some new buttons too. So good reasons to go to the park to participate in new events and old events with new twists to them. So thank you. But the boathouse is a very cool facility, and you guys take care of it. You guys and women take care of it as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Mayat. You're on mute there, Dave.
Yes. Oh, there we are. Okay. Yeah, thanks, fellas, for coming and ladies. I won't go into the laurels of what you do. It's been said many times here tonight. The one event that I always enjoyed, and I do enjoy going to the Marine Heritage Festival, was the canoe tug of war. And it was discontinued, unfortunately, the year after that Mayor Charbonneau and I became champions of that event. So so we are, I guess, we are the reigning champions, and the crown of championship is getting heavy on our heads. So if you could possibly see it in your ways to bring back the tug of war, we would be happy to take on any comers, but age is taking its toll, and I'm sure there are worthy and eligible teams out there that would like to take us on and relieve us of this burden of being champions for so long. So thanks again, and I look forward to all of your events.
Speak for yourself about age taking a toll. I don't know. All right. Are there further questions or comments, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Can I just make one last comment? And I just, and some of the members of the Propeller Club Marine Heritage Society remember these names, but we should never forget the people that started things way, way back. And I think of my great friend Gord Webb and John Rigby. I know he's moved away, and Michael Sterling and others. But you know, what a legacy, right? They've left, and you people are continuing on with that, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Anything else from the members? Well, thank you guys very much for coming in tonight. We really appreciate it. You guys preserve our heritage, and you have tons of fun doing it, and you make our community better by doing it. So thank you guys very much for all you do. And we're looking forward to the festival and the market this summer. So thank you. All right, so now we're on to our second delegation, which is with respect to the Moore Bridge EA recommendation, and it's from Ms. Lynn Tatey. So Ms. Tatey, whenever you're ready, you have 10 minutes.
I'm not Lynn. I'm Peggy Kirby. I'm just here with Lynn regarding this issue. We do request that the council reconsider the removal of the Moore Bridge. As stated by our cycling community, the removal of the bridge would put that part of our community at risk. I live on the corner of McKechnie Side Road and the River Road. The farm has been in my family since 1898. We purchased it off my parents in 2010 and moved up as a full-time resident in 2015. As a resident of the McKechnie Side Road, I can tell you for sure that there is a lot of traffic, cyclists, walkers, runners, ATVers, if that's what you call it, that use the road on a daily basis. And there's a lot of vehicles too. There used to be a no exit sign, but unfortunately the snowplow took it out in the wintertime. And so there's been quite a bit of traffic going back the side road again. And farm equipment. There is pasture on one side of the road, on the south or the east side, and the west side is agricultural. The vehicles that do go down end up having to turn around to come back because they can't get out. If you were to go ahead with the removal of the bridge, we may never be able to get something back in there. Years ago, my husband and I had asked the town engineer about replacing the bridge when the first report came out that was showing the deterioration of the abutments. And we were told at that time that Saugeen Conservation Society felt that it would be disruptive to the ecosystem around there and considered Snake Creek, and this I found kind of funny, I can't even pronounce it, navigable waterway. And honestly, in the summertime, you can walk across that with not even get your ankles wet. Anyways, thank you very much. I will let Lynn take over.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Tatey, a resident of the River Road. And my husband and I used the McKechnie Side Road for farm equipment mostly, and driving to other locations, making it a safer direction to go because of the same reasons that the cyclists find County Road 3 between the Dunblane Hills can be quite dangerous even for farm equipment traveling that route. Also, you will note that, as stated by Peggy, that a lot of farm equipment use it and used it in the past. There's a lot of agricultural land on the River Road, and many of it is, we farm a bit of it, but the rest of the acreage is farmed by other residents other than people that live on the River Road. And just recently, my husband and I were just delivering some beef, and I said, oh, which land are they working? And he says, oh no, they're working the land at Eagle Wings, and they use the River Road, and probably for the same reasons, for safety. And they come from Elderslie. So the River Road has a lot, probably to the surprise of most people that never go there, that there's a lot of traffic on the River Road, but there was a lot of traffic on the McKechnie Side Road for years. And even if you're not going to replace the bridge immediately, or you feel that there isn't the funds for it, there were funds at the time of Catherine Wynne for replacement of bridges. That was a big announcement, and that would be a really rare thing for the Liberal Party to pay money towards the rural Ontario. But it was kind of a big thing when the Montreal Bridge collapse happened, and there was funding at that time. This started back when there was time that you plan for bridges and you plan for roads and you plan for things like that and ahead of time, and things got replaced in kind of an orderly fashion. But there are times where you have a government like we do right now that is more invested in rural Ontario. And rural Ontario, and specifically lake shore communities, have a lot. They realize there's got to be more bridges. They have an understanding that there's more bridges in rural Ontario close to the lakes. So there's a different viewpoint on bridges in Ontario when you have a government that we have now that actually spends more money on rural Ontario, and it is a timing thing. So taking a bridge out now, you will never ever get funding for a bridge replacement. If you take the bridge out, and I would agree that there is some concern about the idea of taking out, it's a 92-year-old bridge, another 20 years on that bridge, I'm sorry to say it, but it probably won't make much difference to the condition of the situation. And you would have seen it in April at the highest point, likely that it ever is, which it isn't very high, and that's the highest point. And the staff was there, the consultant was there. This bridge likely can remain and be used for cyclists and ATVers at a very safe risk until there is funding and there is applications made for bridges. It was the highest traffic of the 4 bridges traveled at the closure, at the time that, not the closure, before amalgamation. And when the studies were done on the 3 bridges remaining, Stuart Doyle stopped me on the road, and he also dropped in to see my father-in-law at the time. And he said, I was really surprised, you know, this bridge on the McKechnie side road, it has way more traffic than the other 2 remaining bridges. And I said, well, we're not surprised. We know that. I can understand why he was fairly new to the town at that time working, and I can understand why he was surprised. He maybe thought the ones closer to town would have more traffic, but definitely the first bridge that was done, the McEwen Bridge, was the least traveled bridge. For 5 years, 4.5 or whatever it is, I've been asking for those traffic studies to be presented to council. The council actually sees them. They have never been, I've asked for them, access to them multiple times, not seen them. There was 2 sets of traffic studies to be done before amalgamation that proved the traffic studies are always part of decisions on bridges and which bridge to do first. I was told there was a study done on the McEwen Bridge. I don't know why it would be done first, but it was one of the bridges that was studied. So when the funding opportunity maybe came through for bridge money, it was made on the McEwen Bridge, the least traveled of the 3 bridges. The second most traveled bridge is the Cobb Bridge. There's been more talk. That's when it sort of came up, when this other bridge was going to get done, and it was going to be rebuilt at a huge cost to the community. This bridge would not require that kind of huge cost. The question about why you wouldn't be able to put engineered culverts really surprises me. I don't know where, I know locations where engineered culverts are in place that are successful over major, like in major highways. I do not understand why an engineered culvert or 2 could be placed in this location. It's disturbing that the same kind of things happen. When I was asking, oh, how come you haven't graded the road? I asked an employee of the town at the time, like there's been so many changes of employees of the town, but he said, oh, it's not a priority for council. And I said, oh, it's just going to fall into disrepair then. It's like if you don't grade it at least once a year, it's going to, you know, be problematic. And they kind of nodded and agreed and said, that's right. It's not a priority for council. So at this time, I kind of brought this forward like 3 different times about the bridge. I'm not saying that you're going to make a decision, but please don't make a decision to take it out. Please hold off. Please reconsider. Please look at the kind of budget that you've put against cycling and non-vehicle traffic along the lake shore, and look how many people are going on that in the wintertime. No one goes on that. Neither do they don't go down the McKechnie Side Road, and they don't go down the shoreline. So they're not using those trails in the winter. They're not using the McKechnie Side Road in the winter either. But it is getting used. There is a time and a place, and there is funding that's available for vehicular traffic that would allow for our farm traffic, our farm vehicles to cross it, to make it viable for the Mennonite community. I think it's a very valuable thing to have. And I appreciate your time, and I understand that not all of you were on council when some of these decisions were made to not prioritize the most trafficked bridge, but I'm just saying that that is something that can be corrected, and it can be put on hold, and a time can wait. There's not a necessary to have an argument that it needs to come out because of environmental reasons, to have 5 years ago to say, maybe it was more than 5 years ago, to say no, to remove the bridge is going to cause more environmental problems. Like, I do have a trouble with kind of believing some of the reasons things come out, because one person might say, you know, there's not a high traffic. It's the most high traffic of the 3 bridges. And yet, why was this other bridge done? Let's go back and look at those decisions and why did they happen? Let's change that so it doesn't happen that way. And let's also change to open it up for more community input, so that things like scheduling it for a week that wouldn't be, it was scheduled for June and then it's scheduled for May and scheduled for a week before the meeting it was supposed to be. All these things that are happening, we just want to have a little bit more chance for opportunity for input. But it's not very often that we actually ask for input. The River Road, we've been waiting 25 years for that money that was spent on the River Range Road to be actually applied to the River Road. You could say
We have passed
Yeah,
over
I'm
10
not-
minutes, so I'll
Yep.
ask you to wrap it up, please.
No, that's all I'm going to say, because if I get into the River Road, I need another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from the members? We are going to pick this up in our first item on the agenda, but I'll ask if there's any questions or comments for Ms. Tatey or Ms. Kirby. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lynn, you talked about farm vehicles using it. Is that right now?
Yep. Well, there's vehicles traveling.
Bridge, they can't.
Just make sure you're speaking into the microphone, Ms. Kirby. If
I'm
you're
sorry. They are not crossing the bridge because there are concrete abutments on either end of the bridge, but there have been double tractor trailers going back the side road to seed the fields on the west side of the McKechnie Side Road, and they're going back almost to the bridge as far as they can, where they can still turn around to get back out to drive out again. But they, I mean, the big tractors, the sprayers, the fertilizers, the tankers, all those are still going back the McKechnie Side Road.
Thank you. Councillor Grace.
Okay. No, they're not going over the bridge though.
No, they can't go. No, nobody can go over the bridge other than walkers, cyclists,
Yes.
runners.
I was down there in April, so I saw that. It's just, I thought that's what was said, and I was just clarifying. Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? I don't see any, so thank you both very much for your delegation, and
Could I just say one more thing about the grading of the road?
very briefly, Ms. Tatey.
Yes. If the road was graded, I think it could be saved as far as there's a good underbed of gravel. If it was graded, it would be workable, and the side road, the McKechnie Side Road.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so that brings us to the end of our delegations, and we're on now to item 9, the reports of municipal officers and committees, several of them there. First one then is 9.1, the Moore Bridge EA recommendations deferred report, and we'll turn it to the manager of engineering.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the council. We are presenting the Moore Bridge EA recommendation deferred report. The recommendation is to proceed with alternative 3, removal of the bridge scheduled for 2028-2029 within the current 10-year plan. Moore Bridge is a single-lane steel truss bridge built on 1920, located on McKinney Side Road over Snake Creek. This bridge is closed since 2013 due to significant deterioration. Council previously deferred the decision in January 26th meeting and directed staff to arrange a on-site visit, which was completed on April 26. Key findings of the consultant report: the bridge is structurally deficient and unsuitable for reopening. It does not meet floodplain requirements. Replacement would require larger span, raised the bridge elevation, and around 2 kilometers of road upgrades. Traffic volume are low according to our record, which is only 25 vehicles per day before the bridge was closed. The consultant recommended 6 alternatives. The one is do nothing. The second was repair existing bridge, which is not a viable option at this time. Remove bridge. The cost is 600K to 800K. Pedestrian bridge replacement, the cost is around $1.6 million. Single lane vehicular bridge replacement cost would be around $3 million. 2-lane bridge replacement, the cost will be more than 5 million. This analysis considered cost, safety, long-term sustainability, and need. The public feedback. We received 19 responses from the public. 10 support pedestrian option, 6 support removal, 3 support vehicular bridge or standard bridge. The recommendation from consultant is bridge removal based on the life cycle cost analysis. The financial implications that we already planned for removal or replacement in our 10-year plan in 2028 and 2029. In summary, this recommendation balances cost, safety, long-term sustainability. Bridge removal is the most practical and responsible solutions. Thank you. I am happy to answer any questions, and we have our consultant, Mr. Jack Stewart here, also answer if you have any questions, technical questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is a recommendation. I'll read it and see if there's a mover and seconder for it. It's recommended that council approve alternative 3, removal of Moore Bridge to advance in 28-29 as per the 10-year capital plan. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Don't see any, so we'll take discussion from the members. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor. When for the one option of repairing the bridge, it says that would be only a temporary fix. What do they mean by temporary fix? Like, is that going to be good for 5 years, good for 10 years or whatever. That's option 2, repair existing structure, 700,000 to 1.1 million, short-term solution.
The consultant, go ahead.
Thank you. The return in terms of how much time you would gain would depend on how extensive you completed repairs. The biggest issue is the deficient items are the abutments, which are supporting the actual bridge. So you would have to invest a lot underneath the bridge just to stabilize it, and then you would still be left with a nearly 100-year-old superstructure, which may need replacement within the next 15 years anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further comments, Councillor Mayette?
Oh, there we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this is an issue that is dear in my heart. I'm familiar with the area quite well. It's not quite in my backyard, but it's close to my backyard. I'd like to also thank Mr. Minock tonight and for sending his email and for standing up in the open forum. He raised some significant points that weren't previously brought forward to council, and those are that traffic is not just cars and trucks. Traffic is pedestrians, traffic is cyclists, traffic is dog walkers, traffic is ATVs. As we've heard tonight from the residents who live there, there's a lot of that activity goes on. And we were out there in April, and we were there at the peak of the freshet in April when the water was, as was described by Mrs. Tatey, it was at the highest that we would likely ever see there. April the 13th, I think it was, we were there. And the water was surging through the bottom there, but it was nowhere, there were still 5 or 6 feet of clearance to the bottom of the bridge. We have pictures from when the initial report came through some 10 years ago, and then I took pictures that day. And the abutments themselves, there's some sign of increased wear, but they're essentially in the same condition they were 10 years ago. And certainly time has taken its toll on the abutments of that bridge. I don't think there's, in my humble opinion, I don't think there's any reason that it's going to fall into the river anytime soon. I'm of the opinion that the structure that's there, it's been there for over 100 years, is probably going to be there. It would probably stand there for another 50 or 75 years by just doing nothing. Those bridges don't just collapse. If it was a larger span, if it was over a more raging torrent, significant times, it might be different. But that creek doesn't get the type of flows that we saw this past spring. Some significant flows. I would move that we choose option 4 and do nothing, which gives us more time. As was pointed out by Mr. Minock, it gives us the most options going forward. There's no permanent solutions. It's let's see what comes along. Let's see if there's future funding opportunities. There's lots of things in play within our municipality. We're a growing municipality. We're on the precipice of entering into long-term sustained growth due to a potential Bruce C operation. I think deferring the decision for 5 or 10 years until we find out whether or not there's funding opportunities or there's a different need for that bridge, that is the way to go. So I would propose actually option number 1, which is do nothing at this point in time. And
Okay,
I would seek a seconder then.
Sure. So Councillor Mayette moves that council approve alternative number 1, do nothing. Is there a seconder for that resolution? Second by Councillor Grace. So we can discuss that resolution then. Questions or comments to the resolution? The Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, and through you, and I appreciate the clarification because option 4 and option 1 were different things. I do want to ask for some response. I don't know exactly who it should come from, but in the report we received, option 1, which I appreciate what Councillor Mayette just said, and I do have some agreement with that. However, the report we received does say that this is not viable due to ongoing deterioration and collapse risk. I would like a comment, if possible, as to what is that risk, and how do you determine when the deterioration hits that point that the risk is significantly enhanced? Because I do think the bridge likely will stay there for quite a long time, barring some incredible act of nature or something dramatic happening with the river, with Snake Creek. But our report says that it's not viable. What is actually meant by that?
So that would just be referring to the fact that we'd want to demolish it in a controlled manner. We'd want to be able to set up a isolation board underneath the bridge so debris isn't falling into the river. There is a risk of collapse at some point. To your point, it's probably not going to happen tomorrow or the day after, but every year we wait, it increases. The abutments are in really poor condition. So both from a cost perspective and just an environmental impact, it would be much better to remove it in a controlled environment than waiting until it's in the river.
I have Councillor Davinsky and then Councillor Stack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to either Rahul or Zach. Just so I'm clear, this bridge is used by bikers, ATVers, walkers, and that's it. Is that correct?
Yes, right now it's closed to vehicular traffic.
Okay. How safe is it for the three you just mentioned? The walkers, the ATVers, and the bicyclists?
Again, I would agree that it's most likely not going to collapse in the next day or two, but I would never want to see it reopened for any type of vehicular traffic. And it presents a very minute risk to even the pedestrians that continue to use it.
Okay, I understand that. And through you, again, Mr. Mayor, no one is saying how long this bridge would last with just that light traffic on it. Can someone tell me, is it 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 25? I mean, you're the expert. You must have a handle on what you think it is.
If I were to estimate with no repairs and its current use, a realistic lifespan, maybe another 10 to 15 years. If we would have to monitor the abutments though, that's the key concern.
Okay, fair answer. So 10 to 15 years, but we've got to say goodbye to the vehicular traffic. That's just not going to happen. That would cost a small fortune. But I think, based on what you said, Zach, and what Rahul gave in his report, that we could do nothing and still have 5, 10, or 15 years out of this crossing because there will be no heavy traffic on it. Is that correct?
You could, but you could only get 1 year. I can't guarantee you that it will last 15 years.
Oh, okay. But again, you're the expert. You don't believe in that 1 year thing. I think you believe in a bit more than that. You've said 1 year and a high of 15. So in your opinion, where are you comfortable?
My opinion was to have it removed by, I believe it's 2028.
That's correct. If it isn't being removed, where are you comfortable as far as the bridge goes, or are you?
Maybe we'll turn this to the CAO.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I think that you're asking a difficult question to ask the engineer to give you an answer to. The recommendation coming from the engineers that they don't support the bridge remaining. They've articulated the reason and the risk behind that. And so I don't think that you're going to get the answer that you're looking for out of them. That is the recommendation that they're bringing forward to council. If council should choose to do nothing, it comes with a risk that the municipality would need to assume. And it will have to be up to council, their comfort level with that assumption of risk.
Thank you. And with all due respect, we have heard from Zach 1 year to 15 years, and I'm trying to get where he is comfortable. Where, you know, where's the cutoff point? But that's fine. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to embarrass anybody. The other thing is maybe this would be to Rahul. Could the bridge be reinforced to a certain extent to allow for this, what I call light traffic, not vehicular, just the light traffic? And would we be comfortable with that for the next decade or so?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I will refer to our consultant that we cannot guarantee for any repair work that that we will be good for maybe another 15 years, because it's not only about abutment, it's also about the superstructure, both. If we fix abutment or the substructure, then we have to again complete the repair on this superstructure. And again, going back to the previous question, it's also depends on the mother nature. Like if you have any turbulence on the creek, it may scour at the bed level, and it will be like a risk for the town and also for us. So like we really recommend the removal, but with that said, if council direct us in a different for a different options, we can also follow that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rahul. Zach, thanks for putting up with me. And Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. So I got Councillor Stack next, and then Halpin, and then back to my, the Vice Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. And hopefully this, I'm sorry, I dropped off, so this question may have been asked. If we do just.
Are you there, Councillor Stack? We lost you. I think we lost Councillor Stack. We'll come back to her. We'll go to Councillor Halpin and then the Vice Deputy Mayor. And I think I've been through, have you spoken yet on this? Maybe not. So sorry. And then Councillor Grace. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. One of the decisions that one of the facts I always use for my decisions is not to argue with engineers. And with those bridge abutments, and we saw them, we saw how they've shifted and everything. You know, sometimes things change slowly until all at once they change very quickly. You know, and with the right conditions or the wrong conditions, those bridge abutments could loosen up and change quite quickly. So I'm not really in favor of doing, although it seems nice, an easy choice to just do nothing. You know, I still think we need to stick with the engineer's requirement or their recommendation of removal of the bridge. It saves us from the liability. And that would be the option that I would go for. Yeah, it's a great little cycling route and everything like that. That road can still be used for cycling. You know, so those are my opinions on it. I would go with the option of removal. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Grace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And had the good fortune to, I've been here 12 years now, and I've sat around that discussion around removing the Cold Bridge and Cobb Bridge, and you know, we changed our mind on that. We delayed until such time we put some funding together. And I just, to do nothing it concerns me a little bit. I like to hear a little bit more about the geocachers and the ATVers and the cyclists and the walkers and the hikers. And I really like to flesh that out a little bit more. And, you know, we made a sale to, you know, sold West Area Power. We don't know what the amount is yet, but I mean, in the future, there could be some funding become available. There may be some government grants open up. I'm not certain I would support a double lane or even a single lane, but you know, my head can kind of get around that pedestrian bridge to a point. I think I could probably support something like that. But it takes money to do that. And that money could come available one day. And I think to do nothing, I'd like to see a little more study done on the use of that road and how that, I'm all about active transportation. And if it's one more active route that we can move people north, south, east, west, I guess north, south, then perhaps we should be looking at that. So I don't think we should probably, you know, should be delaying it, like doing nothing for 10 years. And the thing is, I don't think you'll ever get an engineer to tie them down to say, well, that bridge is going to be good for another 5, 10, or 15 years. Because what about Mother Nature? What about if Councillor Halpin's comment, what about if it does collapse? And I mean, I'd be a little concerned from a risk and liability standpoint as a member of council if that ever happened, God forbid someone was on that bridge. So I just think we should keep options open rather than doing nothing for 5, 10, 15 years. I think we should do a little more work on it and keep our eyes open and our ears peeled for government funding, funding that, who knows, some bequests, the money gets left to the town. And all of a sudden we find that 1 million or 1.5 or whatever the dollar amount is. So I think there's some value to at least reconsidering, like we did for the Cobb Bridge, and look what's happening. It's being turned into a $2.2 or $2.4 million single lane bridge. And so I just think we should keep our options open and rather than do nothing. Not sure I'm in support of spending all that money right today either on tearing it down, tearing it out. But I just think we should be deferring this probably to the new year and do a little bit more study on it and see what funding becomes available. That'd be my thought.
Thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. I seconded Councillor Mayette's motion, I guess, to get some discussion going, but I do think that I really appreciated Mr. Monnick's, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, email and his arguments today. I think that when you think about the fact that to remove it is $600,000 to $800,000, and that could cover a large chunk of what is going towards the pedestrian bridge. I would like more study done on alternative 4, the active transportation pedestrian crossing, and what the alternative routes are. And so that would be my preference, is not to do nothing right now, but to not remove and to evaluate the need for the pedestrian bridge and then come back to us with that.
Thank you. I might just make a comment before I come back to Councillor Mayette. So just to be clear, the recommendation from staff and our consultant is to remove the bridge, but in 28, 29. So not for remove it, but remove it in 2 to 3 years. So I think it is possible for us to have a compromise here where we do nothing for 2 to 3 years, where we explore the things that the Vice Deputy Mayor and Councillor Grace have raised just now, and also examine the opportunity for alternate funding sources to see if we can support either, well, most likely a pedestrian bridge. If we'd need the funding as well, but we have a couple of years to explore that. We can essentially fall without running afoul of what has been recommended by our engineer, take 2 years to explore that. And then say that a decision will have to be made probably as part of the 2028 business plan. So essentially defer the decision on removal or replacement until the 2028 budget and business plan, and direct staff in the meantime to explore options for a pedestrian bridge and potential funding sources to achieve that. So I think that's something we could do. I wanted to raise that before I came back to you, Councillor Mayette, to see if there was some kind of, you are the mover of the resolution, to see if there's a way. It's reading like the absolute do nothing approach is probably not going to fly. I also couldn't support that because doing nothing just leads to the bridge going away, that's for sure. So we have to do something. So I wanted to put that out there for your thoughts, Councillor Mayette, and now I'll come back to you, Councillor Mayette, and then I see Councillor Stack again, so we'll try her after you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate those words, and I appreciate everybody's comments. And really, you're right. The name of option number one, which is do nothing, is really a misnomer. And I would, if I was to come up with a name for that, I would say, do not tear down the bridge until we come up with a fulsome examination of the options, the funding sources, and until we fully understand the extent to which the bridge is used for pedestrians and cyclists. As was pointed out in Joe's deputation and his letter to us, there are hazards associated with taking the bridge out, is you're going to be forcing those cyclists onto very busy and dangerous roads and putting those people's lives at risk. And also, make no mistake, if the bridge was to be removed tomorrow, ATVers and cyclists and pedestrians would find a way to get across. They would be going down and under where the bridge is, and they'd be crossing through the water because, I mean, in July and August, that you could get through there with running shoes without getting your laces wet most of the time. So people are going to still use it. They're going to go through the creek. They're going to do ecological damage to the stream bed underneath, which is, by the way, a spawning bed. They're going to if you like, or if it serves council better, I would change the motion to defer doing anything until such a time as we have a more fulsome understanding of its necessity for the purposes of active transportation, and giving also the next term of council, a chance to explore alternative funding options before we make a decision to remove the bridge. I think just voting on the recommendation from staff and from the engineer to remove the bridge, it kind of puts a ticking time bomb on the bridge. But by changing the motion to say do nothing until, or to defer the decision until such time as we understand those other factors, it leaves more options open for us, which was something that was pointed out to us and I think holds a lot of merit.
Okay, so any objection, Councillor Grace, to what Councillor Mayette has suggested? So we can consider that an amendment to a friendly amendment, well, it's an amendment by the mover and seconder to the resolution. So essentially, just so I can recap it so it's clear, your motion, Councillor, is that Council do nothing for the time being and defer this matter until such a time as we've received more options on what a potential pedestrian bridge replacement and funding for the bridge. Is it just narrow down for me again what you would like council to, what you would like to get back during the period of deferral?
Well, yeah, I think one thing would be to monitor the degradation of the bridge. Either go there every year and take photographs, and then we can keep a running total. So monitor the condition of the bridge on an annual or semi-annual basis, because I don't think these bridges just all of a sudden one day go boom and collapse. They they show signs of imminent collapse. I mean, there are bridges around the world in third world countries that are much worse condition than those that are used regularly. So I don't think there's a danger that one day you're going to have a bunch of walkers or cyclists on there and it's going to go boom into the river. It's going to show signs that it's starting to tilt, or and we haven't seen that just yet. Basically the deck appears to be in the same position it was in before, but certainly when you look underneath, you can see that the abutments are. So monitor the condition of the bridge and defer the decision on removal of the bridge or replacement of the bridge until such a time as we have more fulsome information on its extent of its use. A lot of words, I know.
All right, so defer, you're saying defer and monitor, basically. And would you like to direct staff to return with information on number 4 here, the pedestrian bridge replacement?
I would be welcome to listening to that, sure. You want to put that in
so
there?
that's like, I think that to me, that's what you want. You want to defer, monitor, get information on the pedestrian bridge replacement, funding sources, et cetera.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a pedestrian bridge. I'd call it a recreational bridge, if you like, because we don't want to exclude ATVs either, right?
Sure. Option 4 is what I have there. I think hopefully that's clear enough to everybody. So that's the resolution we're considering. So I got Councillor Stack. She's been waiting. Councillor Stack.
Thanks. So I just 2 questions, and I think, I'm sorry if they've already been asked. I kept getting dropped from the call. So just to Councillor Mayette's resolution. So are we confirming that there'll be, and I guess, can we confirm that there'll be annual monitoring of the bridge? Because I'm now concerned that we flagged at the bridge. We've used the language around imminent collapse, and now we're suggesting we defer. So I just want to be clear that any decision would come with a commitment or a firm commitment of annual monitoring of the condition of the bridge. So I guess that's my first question. I don't know if someone can answer that.
Maybe I could turn it to staff or to the consultant, the manager engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. We actually do biannual inspection. So yes, we can actually also shorten that inspection period, and we can do twice a year, especially for the Moore Bridge. We can do that.
Okay. And then my second question is, can we put a timeline for a revised decision by 2028? If that was the original date, I think you said 2028 or 2029 was the date that we were being asked to, if decision to tear down, that it was going to be in 2028, 2029. Should we put a date that the council has to come and at least revisit the decision? Because again, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I have a resolution that's been written out here that I'm going to read and see if Councillors Mayette and Grace are okay with it. So what's very clear for council, resolution is that council postpone the consideration of removal or replacement of the Moore Bridge to the 28-29 business plan. At such time, staff are to report back with more studies on active transportation and potential funding sources for a recreational bridge, and that staff continue to monitor the bridge on an annual basis. Are you prepared to move that, Councillor Mayette? Yes, and Councillor Grace is seconds. Members are clear. We'll discuss that resolution then, the Deputy Mayor, and then Halpin.
Thank you. I'm appreciative that you just read that, because big jump from option 1 to option 4. So I'm still concerned that we have a recommendation to remove, and now we're talking about, in a couple of years, a decision that might involve $2+ million. I think the word repair should be in there too, but I appreciate Councillor Stack's comment too about, now that we've identified some risk, what is the potential? And I respect, the biannual inspections, but what is the potential if that area is signed as use at your own risk? Does that in any way mitigate the municipality's interest or concern, or that sort of thing? Because I'm now struggling with, doing nothing, bide some time, potentially some repairs. But now, you know, to work in this, that there's going to be something come about a replacement. The word repair could still be in there, because if there's an ability to do something that maybe would add, you know, 20 years, 25 years, that might be something. But to just put off something that we know already, someone's saying 1.6 million to $2 million, like this is really different than the staff recommendation. So is there a mitigation thing that would, again, buy a little bit of time in the interval leading up to more information coming? And I do just want to, and you know, I think it's a wonderful idea to maintain access. At the same point, though, there are a lot of other pedestrian and bicycle and routes through town that we haven't been able to fund, that, you know, that at some point there's a reckoning of the dollars. So I'm just a little bit hesitant about voting for something that puts in play the idea that in 2 years, a $2 million, which will be more than, discussion will have to take place. So is that what's being implied here? And is there some way we can mitigate our risk between now and then?
CAO. Oh, your mic there.
Oh, sorry.
Two.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Option 2 in the report was to repair the existing structure, and it was estimated between $700 and $1.1 million. So if council wanted to do that short-term solution, we would have to fund that dollar amount to ensure the structure was repaired appropriately. And to answer the second part of your question, I don't think we can mitigate our risk on it through signage. Where we see the town has signed roads or bridges not open, there's either an agreement in place where someone else has assumed, well, there is an agreement in place where someone else has assumed that risk. So examples would be subdivisions that have started, but the roads aren't open, or where neighboring properties have taken on that liability. So it would remain with us.
I just want to clarify too, though, that the resolution as written doesn't deviate at all from the staff recommendation in terms of the timeline, right? So the staff recommendation also does not propose any action between now and 2028, 29. So it's exactly the same. And when 2028 comes around, if the council of the day chooses removal, it still can do that and do it on exactly the same timeline we're considering right now. So just to be clear, Councillor Helbin.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I think you just answered my question. I just wanted to make sure that the resolution did not exceed the staff recommendation of removal by 28, 29. And I think I would appreciate it if we would read that one more time before we vote on it, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yep. I'll read it right now. I do want to move on, so I'll read it and we'll take a vote on it. The resolution is that council postpone the consideration of removal or replacement of the Moore Bridge to the 2028-2029 business plan. At such time, staff are to report back with more studies on active transportation and potential funding sources for a recreational bridge, and that staff continue to monitor the bridge on an annual basis. It's been moved by Councillor Mayette, seconded by Councillor Grace. The Manager of Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The study that was done, actually it's a very extensive study that GI had done. So I think it would be better if staff get a very specific direction on the options. Like if the council direct us for the pedestrian bridge options, we can just complete the pre-design and design, and we can implement that in 2029.
So you just want us to include in there option 4. Is that what you want us to say?
I said whatever council direct staff, we will just implement that. So our recommendation is removal. If council decide to go for the pedestrian or active transportation bridge, we can go straight for the design and construction for that. As the extensive study already been completed and the consultant recommended removal, but they also provided some other options.
Sure.
Based on that study. So I think it would be better if we get very specific option, recommendation or direction from the council. We will just complete the design in 2028 and the construction will be in 2029. So we actually have design money allocated to 2028 and the construction is 2029. That's the current 10-year plan.
So, Councillor Mayette, Councillor Grace, are you okay if we make a small amendment to this resolution so that it says staff are to report back with more studies on active transportation and potential funding sources for option 4, a recreational bridge, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just putting in the words option 4 into the thing so it's very clear for staff. So the mover and seconder are okay with that. Okay. The Deputy Mayor?
I'm just, through you, I'm very concerned that we're doing something that relates to a longer term plan that $2 million is not sitting there in a business plan. And what has to come out of that to enable this at the moment? And it's it's $2 million. And, we've had requests for a third ice surface. We've had requests for this, for that. And at some point, there needs to be inclusion in the capital plan over a longer period of time. And I don't think this is there yet. So I was more comfortable with the idea that it was not do nothing. It was to do something. And then in 2 years, there's a decision to be made. I'm not comfortable voting to say this is the decision that is going to be on the agenda in 2 years, because it's not part of any capital planning that's been there already.
The CIO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would assume, and Rahul can correct me, but the current 10-year capital plan would include the staff recommendation. So when we look at funding sources, we'll be looking to make up the difference between the 800,000 and the 2 million it would cost. So that's what we will chase for funding sources in order to keep the 10-year capital plan as is. But you are correct. If we can't secure funding sources, then council would have to make a decision on how to fund that option.
Yeah, what we'll get back, or what council will get back in 2 years, is an option that it can consider as part of its capital plan. And if it doesn't feel it can accommodate that in the capital plan, it won't do it. It'll move ahead with removal, which is still an option. That has to be very clear. I want to be very clear with the public who are listening that removal after 2020 is still very much possible if we cannot come up with a viable plan for this bridge. Removal. So we're going to look at this pedestrian option. It's going to cost money. Council will consider it in 2028. And if it's felt at that time that that isn't a viable option, either for financial reasons or other reasons, removal is still very much possible at that time. Okay, if there's nothing further, I'll ask all in favor. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll move on to 9.2, the Bruce County Homelessness and Encampment Protocol. And we have folks here from Bruce County who are going to speak to us on that. Or am I turning it over first? Oh, I'm turning it over. Sorry, pardon me. They didn't have you in my notes. Oh, yes, they do. I just can't read my notes. All right. The Chief Building Official.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm here to present a report detailing the new pilot homelessness and encampment response protocol developed by Bruce County to help guide municipal staff through the process when encountering homeless and encampments. Luckily, we have been joined by Bruce County staff Claire Dodds, Ian Haney, and Christy Lowry. They are here to present an overview of the protocol. And with that, I will pass it over to them.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the invitation to come this evening to council. Appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak to you about the homelessness and encampment response by Bruce County. as was just offered, my name is Ian Haney. I am very recently joining the Bruce County team as the Director of Human Services. I'm joined by Claire Dodds, my teammate, the Commissioner of Community Development, and then Christy Lowry is a supervisor in our Housing Services team as well. So in respect of everyone's time and a very busy agenda, I see, we'll provide these detailed slides to Council as a resource, but we're just going to offer a very brief overview of the local homelessness response framework, agency roles, and the local pilot encampment protocol. We're happy to answer any questions, of course, bearing time. The next slide, perhaps. Thank you so much. Okay, a bit about the pressure of housing and homelessness, the ongoing crisis. We know that communities across Ontario are coming under pressure, significant pressure, to deliver services to meet the needs of a rapidly growing population experiencing homelessness. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario released a comprehensive report in 2025 and updates since then that detailed a significant amount of statistics on this issue. In the 2025 report, it outlined that at least the minimum of 85,000 individuals in our province are actively experiencing homelessness. This is a near 8% increase from 2024, and this is 1 year in a series of years with significant increases. Homelessness growth is also significantly higher in most rural service manager areas compared to the provincial average. In that same comparison from 2024 to 2025, in mostly rural service manager regions, the increase was in excess of 30% growth in individuals experiencing homelessness. Now, almost every single service manager in the province reported at least one encampment, with nearly 2,000 site-based encampments estimated across the province. Most of these encampments being relatively small, single-digit number of individuals. In 2025, approximately half of those experiencing homelessness were experiencing chronic homelessness in the province of Ontario. And a growth in chronic homelessness in part reflects the limited availability of appropriate and affordable housing, with many people cycling through shelters, temporary accommodations, and the like. And in response, because there are few options to exit into stable housing and limited housing options that can meet their complex range of needs. The next slide, perhaps. So through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the province sets legislation, policy, and programs to support 47 municipal service managers across the province to provide affordable housing and support services for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Bruce County is our region's designated housing service system manager, one of these 47 service system managers, and receives some funding from the province through the homelessness prevention program to develop and deliver programs and supports to address homelessness that best meet our local needs. In Bruce County, we rely in part on contracted services and partnerships to deliver services that meet our local needs. So for example, we contract the YMCA of Owen Sound Grey Bruce to deliver direct services such as emergency shelter and enhanced outreach services to those experiencing homelessness across the county. Other partners include CMHA to deliver specific mental health services, community paramedicine to support healthcare needs, United Way with clothing to obtain identification for individuals, as well as, of course, Bruce County Housing Corporation is the largest provider of affordable housing in our community. Next slide, please. And just lastly, for my part as a service system manager, the province tasks Bruce County to take a strategic, administrative, and coordinated role to deliver homelessness response across the county. The county receives provincial support to offer a range of programs, including housing stability, prevention, and response programs. And of course, Bruce County is also the largest provider of affordable community housing, including approximately 700 units across the county. I'll pass it off to my colleague, Claire.
Thank you very much, Ian. Recognizing how new Ian is just 3 weeks into his new role, I'm here this evening just to speak to a little context around some of the programs that we deliver through our homelessness response program, and also just to help set the stage for the next section of the presentation that Christy will deliver around the encampment protocol. So if we could just move ahead one slide, thank you so much. So one of the major programs that Bruce County helps coordinate through our homelessness prevention and response programming is the emergency shelter support. And many folks will look for a physical building, for instance, in community to provide kind of a bricks and mortar solution for emergency shelter. That might be more common in a larger scale urban area. For example, in Bruce County, we have over the last number of years, we have provided what we call a rural model of emergency shelter support, where recognizing the large geography of our county, if we were to have one single building or a couple of buildings across our county, we know that we wouldn't be providing emergency shelter where folks need it most, which is tied into their communities and where they may have community supports or family supports. So we engage through a service contract, the YMCA of Owen Sound Grey Bruce, to deliver emergency shelter supports for us on behalf of Bruce County. And that occurs through essentially booking motel nights, motel stays in communities where folks are currently experiencing homelessness in order to support them where they have their connections and contacts. We have seen through the end of 2025 and into 2026, the demand for emergency shelter is increasing. And through especially the winter months, there was an active decision not to discharge individuals into homelessness. The exiting individuals from emergency shelter is a very case-specific decision. It is not a broad-based decision where there's a decision on a particular date or a particular time or particular circumstances to exit people into homelessness. Rather, each and every individual case, based on its complex needs, is evaluated and reviewed. And certainly every effort is made, both with our staff as well as the YMCA staff, to provide alternate housing for folks who are in the emergency shelter program. If we can move ahead to the next slide. So this is a graph, just a snapshot, which appeared in our first quarter of 2026 report. We report for Human Services on a quarterly basis to County Council. And you will see kind of the orange bar indicates that we have, through the first quarter of 2026, delivered an increasing number of emergency shelter nights. Certainly fairly dramatic, about a fourfold increase in terms of emergency shelter nights over in 2026, the first quarter, relative to 2025. Prior years were higher than 2025, but we do see increasingly the number of emergency shelter nights that are being provided going up, and the length of stays through the first quarter of 2026 have nearly doubled relative to the year prior. We are certainly in the Saugeen Shores community through that first quarter. On average, we were serving about 48 individuals experiencing homelessness in Saugeen Shores. And some of the reasons why we're seeing increased numbers of emergency shelter is that the individuals who are engaging in emergency shelter have increasingly complex needs. And as a result, there are relatively few supportive and transitional housing options here and available in Bruce County. And certainly we know that there's ongoing pressures around rental units and their affordability. So we do work very closely between Bruce County Housing and the YMCA and other housing providers in the county in order to find appropriate shelter to transfer folks to and to provide alternate housing. But we do know that the rise in demand, as Ian had shared at the outset of the presentation, is outpacing the availability of housing, and certainly specialized housing that can meet these complex needs. So if you move on to the next slide, I just wanted to highlight, this is the Bruce County Housing by Names list, which is current up until the end of March, so at the end of the first quarter. And this is a requirement that Bruce County maintain an active by names list data, and it documents how many individuals we are have knowledge of that are actively homeless. You can see the number of folks who are chronically homeless as part of this, and classified by different kind of demographics. The numbers that we really try to focus on and see movement on is how many folks are moved into housing. So in the first quarter of this year, we were able to move 12 individuals into long-term housing. And actually, just in speaking with the YMCA, that number, as of the beginning of June, has now increased up to 22 individuals moved into longer-term housing solutions. So we do know that there is significant work here, and we are actively working with our partners to try to secure housing wherever possible. For the next slide, this is just a little bit of background and high-level information just about our outreach programming that Bruce County delivers. And folks who may be engaged in terms of faith communities, community groups, you may have awareness that we are delivering regular outreach events. Locations include Chesley, Kincardine, Port Elgin, and Walkerton. And these are events where Bruce County, as the housing service system manager, brings together coordinated supports. So I do want to recognize our partners at YMCA, Canadian Mental Health Association, the United Way of Bruce Gray, as well as public health and our community legal clinic. These are regular participants who come and have staff or have members who are present, who are helping deliver service to those, not just who are experiencing homelessness, but also those who are at risk of homelessness. And I'm pleased to say that we are working with community groups locally here in Port Elgin and hope to be delivering more of these events in communities in the near future. So if we move ahead, we also, as Bruce County, provide housing stability as well as homelessness prevention programs. We are mindful the least cost option is to keep folks in secured housing. And so through our Housing Stability Fund, we certainly provide funding for a number of different programs that help individuals either acquire, retain, or stay within secure housing. We do also work with partners such as West Aereo in terms of their low-income energy assistance program. And we also want to recognize the effort of Saugeen Shores Council in terms of providing focused rent subsidies for individuals within Saugeen Shores. And that is a program that we certainly deliver across our other communities in Bruce County. So if we move ahead, I'm just going to ask Christy to come up, and Christy's going to walk you through some of our recent work that we have been piloting, the encampment protocol response.
So in recognizing the growing pressures of homelessness in communities across Bruce County, we developed an encampment protocol response that we are piloting in Q2. While supports exist for emergency shelter, like other communities, Bruce County will continue to experience an increase in visible homelessness and unsheltered living. Encampments present complex challenges that intersect housing, health, safety, bylaw enforcement, and community well-being. In response, staff have worked collaboratively with internal departments, local municipalities, emergency services, and external partners to develop a clear, consistent, and compassionate framework for responding to homelessness and encampments. The protocol is intended to support coordinated decision-making, clarify roles and responsibilities, and ensure responses are grounded in best practices, human rights considerations, and local context. Our goal is to ensure a coordinated, compassionate, and safety-focused response that prioritizes voluntary engagement and housing solutions over enforcement, while maintaining strong interagency collaboration and communication throughout the process. So, county staff have delivered training to partners on homelessness services and encampment protocol at the time it was released in March 2026. Our goals in Q2 are to continue to ensure a coordinated, compassionate, safety-focused response, prioritize voluntary engagement and housing solutions, and to maintain strong interagency collaboration and communication throughout the process. The protocol outlines how potential encampments are identified and how information is shared internally with relevant partners. Clear notification processes support timely, coordinated responses while ensuring information is managed appropriately and respectively. Next, engagement with individuals experiencing homelessness is a central component of the protocol. Outreach and engagement efforts focus on building trust, understanding individual needs, and connecting people with available supports. Engagement is approached as an ongoing process rather than a single intervention. Collaboration is fundamental to the protocol in developing a support plan and discussing if enforcement actions are necessary. This coordination may involve many municipal and community partners. The next slide, please. Connecting individuals to supports may include housing and income support, shelter options, health and social services. In best case scenarios, the outreach team will engage with individuals to support voluntary dismantling of the encampment while securing safe housing options for the individuals. When enforcement is required, the protocol prioritizes advance notice, continued engagement, and support for individuals to move to safer and more appropriate alternatives when available. And we will debrief with partners and accept feedback to improve the protocol to meet the community and client needs. Next slide, please. So the goal at the end of this pilot is to develop a standard protocol that will outline steps and actions to be taken by staff and agencies when they encounter an encampment or someone experiencing homelessness.
Thank you, Christy. So just to kind of finalize and kind of cap off the presentation, I do want to just reinforce that we are working with Saugeen Shores staff, agencies, community partners, and we are looking to gather feedback and hopefully have some direct response from staff in terms of how this is working. And then the intent is in the third quarter that we would bring forward a report to County Council, ideally kind of finalizing the protocol to be able to share it with all of our community partners. And certainly, you know, we welcome ongoing conversations with council and with your staff. And this is an initiative that we're doing right across Bruce County. So certainly are looking to receive kind of that diverse feedback. Just on the final slide here, we do have just some information, if you don't mind just moving ahead, thank you. So just some information for council's awareness around different resources and different pathways in terms of engaging supports for those individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So welcome any questions that you may have for our team.
All right, thank you very much. There is a resolution that council receive the Bruce County Homelessness and Encampment Protocol Report for information. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Vice Deputy Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, and discussion. We'll start with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Grace, and then Stack.
Thank you, and through you, really appreciative of the county being before us again. I think this is the fourth or fifth time we've seen you in the last 6 months to share information and talk about an incredibly complex situation, both personal and societal. In your report, this is a question for I don't know who from town, but there's mention of enforcement is based on potential enforcement is based on local bylaws. I just wanted to ask what bylaws do we have in place? I know that there's no overnight camping in parks is used to be in a bylaw. I'm sure it still is, but this is a very complex issue, and you know there's been recent court decisions related to encampments in other places in the province, and you know enforcement is not the initial response, and certainly the protocol sets in play a meandering path, which enforcement is on that path potentially, but just what bylaws, do we have any bylaws in place that address this, or is this something that we should be taking a look at too, just to provide, I guess, some guidance to the protocol from our own perspective. Thank you.
The CBO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do restrict camping in our parks bylaw. That would be the bylaw that we would use mainly for enforcement. Enforcement would be a last resort, and it would take some looking into it from a legal standpoint. Like you said, there's been recent rulings against moving them, so we would have to really take a look at our bylaws to make sure we could enforce it legally.
Deputy Mayor.
And I really appreciate, Claire, your comment related to numbers. I think one of the first times we had a presentation or some information here, it was mentioned that there might be 10 to 15 members in our community, and certainly very appreciative of your data. And I know one of the slides was county statistics, but you also made a very Saugeen Shores specific number too. I think that that's very helpful going forward in recognition that there is something here that needs to be talked about, and potential solutions discussed in a number of different ways. So thank you very much for updating the statistics.
Thank you. I have Grace, then Stack, then Help, and Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ian, Claire, Christy. I had the pleasure of meeting with Christy and Matt Shute, who's the YMCA director of overseeing these kind of programs, about a week and a half ago. And that was very instructive meeting that gave me a lot of insight into not just what I wanted to know is how do the county and the YMCA interact? Where is that money going? What are all the steps of involved in transitioning from emergency shelter to a more permanent transitional housing? And so I got a lot of information that way. And I have to say that I know it's a very complex, extremely painful situation, but I'm confident that our staff is doing everything they can, both YMCA and Bruce County staff, to be as humane and as helpful as they can in providing support for these people. I did want to ask a question. Basically, I understand that it's possible that you may have a homeless individual who's in Saugeen Shores who is offered some kind of transitional housing, but it's in another location, not in Saugeen Shores, in Wyerton or in Owen Sound, for instance, maybe because of the complexity of the needs that we're not able to service in Saugeen Shores. What happens if that person doesn't have emergency shelter, if that person declines that other location?
Happy to offer a couple of high-level initial comments. Of course, I'm new enough, I haven't been involved in a direct case in this regard just yet. But for any individual, and we would hope it to be the very rare instance, and it would be a case-by-case decision that they might not continue their stay in emergency housing. An offer of permanent housing, albeit in another community, as an option might just be one factor that can contribute to that decision. There could be other factors such as damage to the motel space, safety of other individuals, and as you alluded to directly, perhaps the complexity of their needs just simply can't be met in whatever the parameters are of that specific stay. So I would say it's just one factor and very much a case-by-case decision.
Thank you. And one of the things that impressed me that Christy mentioned at the end of our meeting is that the teams that go out into the community to reach out to these folks are constantly doing that. And that one of the things she said is, if they make that kind of decision to decline support or shelter, That's a decision for today. That doesn't mean that the team is going to give up on them. The team is going to follow up, and I was very impressed with that. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. I have Councillor Stack, then Halpin.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just had two questions. Are we, and I couldn't, I'm driving, so I can't see the presentation. But I think I recall there was numbers related to youth, to homeless youth. Do we have any sort of youth or children that are experiencing homeless to your knowledge in Saugeen Shores?
I'm just going to ask Christy to speak to that.
We're in regular consultation with Matt Shute, who's the director of YMCA Community Programs. And he did report to us that there are youth, they might be with families, or they might be a teenager who's on their own. And we do have those individuals in Saugeen Shores.
Okay, then I think, thank you. So my second question is, do we have special efforts that target youth, particularly if they're experiencing homelessness without a parent? So they're alone experiencing homelessness.
The YMCA in some of their community programs has community programs that are targeted to youth. And the team that they have, it's they work on homelessness, they work with youth, they have a program called Youth in Transition. So they they're very well equipped to help youth who are homeless.
Okay, thank you. And then I think my final question is just about the process for dismantling an encampment, or I guess, or a single camp or an encampment. I just wonder if someone, and I don't know if it's Josh or someone, can just walk me through what happens to the personal effects in that circumstance. So understanding you've gone through the steps, it's not the first, it's sort of the last step in a longer process. Can someone just walk me through what happens to any of the personal effects that are sort of dismantled in this process?
CBO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do believe that in a cleanup, for example, with parks, they would dismantle and remove any belongings. They would try and keep any ID or any kind of important ID or anything like that, but the rest will be taken to the dump if it's not useful.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a comment that, I mean, I'm a little concerned with having no process other than to throw it in the dump. Because I think for people experiencing homelessness, anything they have is probably of more value than perhaps others may feel it is. So I'm concerned with throwing it in the dump at the first instance. Like, I would have expected us to try and maintain it for a bit of time, but I know there are limited resources. I just want to say it on the record, I'm not supportive of throwing out their personal belongings. They're already a particularly vulnerable position. So I don't like the idea of throwing out whatever limited belongings they may have, because it's the end of a process that results in the dismantling of an encampment. I don't think that's the right approach, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I think that, that Bruce County can be proud of their response. 3 years ago, homelessness was not a really big issue. And when I say that, well, of course it was a big issue to those who were homeless. I don't want to trivialize that, but we didn't have the numbers that we've had now. The numbers spiked last year and the county acted. And it's really encouraging that of this, the number spiked to 77. And if I heard that correctly, 22 of those 77 have been moved into housing. So, I mean, that's a great start. I just want to give a shout out to all those other people that are involved in working with the homeless, mostly in our faith community. And I hate to mention names in case you missed some, but the Lutheran Ladies, Living Hope, St. Vincent de Paul, Salvation Army, and amongst other churches are reaching out. And really, for someone who's experiencing homelessness, you could get a hot meal about once a week through these different faith communities that are serving the people that way. So I do have one question. Emergency housing is a huge expense. It can, $100 a night per person, 77 people a night being housed. Was there a budget for this, or how is the county managing the expense of this program?
I'm happy to tackle that one through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Halpin. Yes, there absolutely is a budget which is set by County Council on an annual basis. And as we receive annual allocations of our homelessness prevention funding from the province, we certainly take that into account as we are looking at what our nights of emergency shelter are and the associated costs. So we are actively working with the YMCA. Certainly you've seen the data that we shared, that we've seen quite a rapid spike. Oftentimes we see a seasonal decline into the second and third quarter. So we've been monitoring actively for whether or not that decline happens the same way that it has other years. And we'll be monitoring that as we prepare our Q2 report, and likely in front of County Council again to provide updated budget projections and certainly to receive any direction that County Council may wish to provide on this matter. So stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I just want to say thank you for your work on this. And I'm glad that that response is there. It's a very complex, very difficult situation. And thank you for your work on this. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Davinsky, and then Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, most of my questions have been answered, but there was one question I wanted to bring up. You said that the numbers of homeless families has decreased from 6 last September to 4 this past March. Can you define families? What are we talking about here?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. A family is defined as a household that has a dependent, and a youth dependent as well. So important to note that the data that was shared today is point in time data. So our by name list data is a reflection of a point in time who is actively experiencing homelessness. This fluctuates as individuals, households, families enter and exit homelessness.
Thank you for that. I must admit that entire families being homeless scares me, even though it's not a big number and sort of might get lost in the shuffle. Are they, if say there are still 4 remaining in March, do they become a priority since there is a dependent involved in the family by definition? And how do you handle that?
Through you, Mayor, with families, the YMCA does prioritize families, and they work with them to find appropriate housing and safe housing for the whole family. So that is a priority for them.
And while you're there, is that something like we heard earlier, where these families might have to be relocated to other centers, which could be devastating as well?
With complex needs, if there's complex needs, they might have to locate them to another center. It could be finding an affordable rental. We do prioritize as well with our housing allowance and rent subsidies. We would prioritize a family who is homeless. If we had a spot for a rent subsidy and they found an affordable rental, then we would prioritize them there as well.
And finally, then, if you hear of families that are homeless, do you deal with those right away? I guess you've answered that saying they are a priority, but is there any family being homeless in our region that is out on the street overnight?
That's the definition of homeless.
Go ahead.
In throughout the winter, throughout Q1, we, the YMCA didn't discharge anyone from the motel shelter if they didn't have a safe place for people to go. So throughout the winter and there was no families on the street that we were aware of. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And if I could add just very briefly to that, through the mayor, anybody that's identified on our by name list to be actively experiencing homelessness, it could range from anybody that's unsheltered, as you're just describing, as you're asking, and to and including individuals that are residing in emergency housing. They could be in shelter. They could also be provisionally accommodated. Think of an example of somebody that's couch surfing, but is identified to be in a non-permanent, non-lease housing. Those are the individuals that in totality comprise our by name list. That can include the families you're describing.
Okay, thank you all three of you for your report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll give way to Councillor Mayette.
It's his turn finally now. Councillor Mayette.
Apologies for thinking out loud. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I appreciate the energized conversation around this. It's about time we had a good conversation on this difficult topic. I would just point out my experience as a board member with the United Way of Grey and Bruce, in correspondence with the increase of homeless people or displaced peoples. There's also been a corresponding decrease in funding to the United Way. With the United Way funding has never really recovered to the levels it was prior to COVID. And as a result of that, we've had to make some decisions recently that were hard to do. Things around the financial literacy program, which was one that was closest to my heart, which was more of a prevention tool for keeping people from getting into situations where they're homeless. But the funding has not been sufficient, and it's been on a downward, and the board is struggling with that. So just as a plug, I would say if there's any people out there who are listening to this who are thinking of maybe a way that they can help, you can go to United Way, Bruce Gray, and Canada Helps is the mode in which they can make donations. You can sign up for monthly donations, even $1 a week or something as simple as that. If it was done by enough people, makes a significant difference in the types of programs that that United Way supports. And as was pointed out by Claire and the team earlier, we are a partner with the county on working through solutions to these complex problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. These are just pretty simple questions, probably number-wise, but the number of applicants, and maybe you don't have this information, but the number of applicants, I know this is homelessness and encampments response, I get that. But do you know how many applicants that are currently, we ask this each time, on the application wait list for affordable housing in Bruce County? Do you know that number?
We all go to the microphone.
Thank you for the question. It's approximately 1,500 individuals.
1,600.
1,500, I believe. Yeah, approximately.
Just wasn't long ago, I heard 600 and then 800 and 1,015. So it's, our little dent we put in at rental subsidies of 30 is helping 30 families, right? But there's still over 1,500 families still in need of rental subsidies. So that's a big number. And it's not really a municipal responsibility. It is to a point, but I think obviously the province of Ontario needs to do more and flow that flow of money down to the county level and then down to the municipalities. I just think we're just not doing enough to help people with rental subsidies still. Maybe we'll get there one day. That's my hope, my prayer, that application wait list will disappear one day. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The total number of emergency shelter provided each quarter on page 6. And you talked about over 5,000 nights in the first quarter alone, up from over 1,000. So huge increase. Are those 5,000 plus nights, are they all in motel hotels? Or are they in homes? Where does these emergency shelters take place? Is it primarily motel hotels?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. It is primarily motel night stays, yes.
Okay. Have any motel hotels discontinued the service over the last 1, 2, 3 years? And why?
Yeah, those are numbers that we would need to confirm with the YMCA. Certainly, we know that there are times where there are certain folks who are staying in emergency shelter due to specific instances. There may be, damages, or there may be behaviors that obviously the YMCA works with motel owners in order to address those specific needs and issues. But in terms of how many may have changed from the program, we would have to check.
Thank goodness they provide that service, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We talk about, on page 6, 7, I guess, a local priority policy ensures 1 in every 10 offers of housing is made to an application currently experiencing homelessness. 1 in every 10 of what? I just don't quite understand. Everyone on council probably understands that but me, but I just don't understand what that means.
Thank you for the question, through the mayor. So the centralized wait list, the households that are waiting for community housing, has rules that govern, and it's generally speaking a chronological wait list for individuals who are offered a community housing unit, and it's every 10th unit is a household that's drawn from our by name list. Those are that are actively experiencing homelessness.
Understood. Thank you for that. And then my last question is a simple one again. You talk about the moved into housing year to date, September 2025, there were 17, and March 2026, there were 12. So the 12 that are moved into housing, is it fair to assume that those 12 have actually found employment as well? Is that how they're moved into housing, where they're actually paying rent, or what's that 12 made up of? Are they finding jobs?
Thank you for the question. Without knowing exactly case by case for those individuals, what their current status is, what I can at least offer the high level comment on is that in order for an individual to make that next step in life stabilization, to make strides towards gainful employment, some of those basic needs, including housing, are necessary. It's nearly impossible for an individual who, of course, is residing unsheltered setting or even in a shelter setting to gather employment. So I can't comment specifically on the cases of individuals this year, but those would be the natural progression.
That's fine, but maybe fair to assume assumptions are dangerous, but it's maybe fair to assume to afford rent, there may be hopefully a good percentage of those 12 no doubt find work, which would be a positive as well. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you guys very much for coming in this evening and giving us this presentation. It's clear that this is a major issue, not only in Saugeen Shores, not only in Bruce County, but across Ontario, particularly in rural and northern Ontario. AMO had their report come out in 2025. At that time, 85,000 people in the province of Ontario experiencing homelessness. That had been about a 50% increase between 2021 and 2025. So an accelerating rate of homelessness. That number is projected, I believe, still projected to double in the next decade. At that time, they were projecting that by 2035, there'd be somewhere around 175, 180,000 homeless in the province of Ontario. So it's as I say, a major issue right across Ontario. It's manifesting itself here in Bruce County. And so, as has been noted by my colleagues, there's been a significant response from the County of Bruce. It's really important that you're here tonight, because I think I hear a lot from people in the community, a sentiment that there isn't programming in Bruce County to serve folks who are experiencing homelessness, and that is not true. You find folks here today and a whole team that work with you, a fantastic team that are on the ground every day, not only working for the Human Services Department at the County of Bruce, but working for the YMCA and our other partner organizations. The Homelessness and Encampment Response Protocol is designed to better coordinate between those groups and agencies, so as to help them, and also other partners like the police, who often are the first folks to encounter homeless individuals, give them the tools and resources they need to know who to call, how to get help as quickly as possible to get folks into who may be experiencing a life or death situation out in the cold, out of that situation, somewhere safe, somewhere stable, so that they can hopefully get on a path to a more stable situation. And I would just add, That AMO study also pointed out that we need an additional $2 billion investment over the next decade to adequately address the homelessness issue in Ontario. We know there are gaps in the system. Nobody knows better than you guys that there are gaps that exist, and we need funding to fill those gaps. Bruce County, Saugeen Shores are committed to filling those gaps to the greatest extent we possibly can, but we cannot do that without the provincial and federal governments assisting us. So it's really important whenever anybody gets the ear of anybody in a position of authority at upper levels of government to demand, insist that they come up with that funding. It's unconscionable in a province as wealthy as Ontario that we would have people in distress on our streets. And ultimately, we're talking relatively small numbers of people in pure numbers here in our communities. We should be able to wrap our arms around those people and get them the help and support they need. Anyway, we can work on that. We're going to keep working on it. And really, you guys are working on it. And I want to thank you for it. So thank you very much for coming in tonight. There is a resolution. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you all very much. Okay, so now we're on to 9.3, the municipal healthcare role and governance framework and the manager of strategic initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The report in front of you presents the municipal healthcare role and governance framework for your consideration. The purpose of the report is to help council consider and define the town's role in healthcare. It looks at how the town may position itself, the level of involvement it may take, and the governance approach that would guide that work. The attachments provide context on how healthcare roles are currently structured across Grey Bruce and across Ontario, and a recent survey conducted by AMO is also attached for further reference. The report includes a summary of the roles the town is currently playing, the key issues, gaps, and risks, a set of guiding principles, role options for council's consideration, and a draft governance framework for future decisions. At a high level, the report outlines role orientations that reflect different levels of municipal involvement. These options are not mutually exclusive and may be combined based on council's direction. These include acting as a connector or facilitator, supporting programs or services, providing space or funding, or acting as a regional partner. These options are intended to help council consider the appropriate level of responsibility, the level of risk, and resource commitment, and the type of role the town should define moving forward. A key part of the report is the proposed governance framework. It clarifies decision-making roles between council and administration, sets out principles to guide future agreements and actions, and provides structure for consistency, accountability, and alignment. The intent of today's report is to help council consider the overall direction of the town's role in healthcare. Your input will help shape the approach going forward. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. There's a resolution that council endorsed. The municipal healthcare role and governance policy framework is attached. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor and Councillor Mayette. Any discussion? The deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a really helpful report. So thank you for that, Jill. And throughout it all, there's continual reference to the fact that this really isn't our jurisdiction. However, there's also a great quote that, we will work towards municipal actions that add clear value to our community. And I really like that. My question is the policy that we're being asked to endorse. Very, very specifically at the end, it talks about review as directed. There's not a very specific timeline there. I would appreciate consideration for potentially including something that would make it so that at least once a term that there is something that this will come up on an agenda. So whether it be, once or that the review would be every 3 years or has directed, so that every term of council would have an agenda item And I think there'll be an agenda item, even if we don't do this, because there's more to come, and there's unfortunately going to be lots of conversation, because the province probably will still require that or the situation will require that we do something. But I would feel more comfortable having something that does set in play, that it's got to hit an agenda at least once a term, or as directed. So that's in the policy. It only says as directed. Is it possible to amend that to include, every 3 years, which would hit once a term?
The manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, we can add that in. Not an issue.
Yeah, I guess so we can go around. If I don't hear any objections from the members to that before we finish, then we can consider it as amended. Councillor Mayette and then Grace.
Oh, there we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you and Jill, thanks very much for this report. Obviously, a great deal of effort and research has gone into this, and it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation that has really metamorphosized itself over the last 20 or 30 years, where little bit by bit, the responsibility for providing the healthcare services has been one bite at a time transferred down to the municipalities, and we find ourselves spending a considerable amount of money and a considerable amount of effort in mostly your portfolio. And I can appreciate that sometimes it may be frustrating for you not knowing or not having clear direction as to how far we expect you to go when it comes to filling these gaps that have been left by our provincial and federal partners. So it's very good read. I went through this whole report, and are you asking us then to give you some clarity as to what our expectation is for the role of the healthcare coordinator for our municipality? Because it seems like currently you're doing it all, and it must feel difficult for you to, every time we turn around, there's another ask and another task and another gap to be filled. And is that what you're after, is some clarification on what your job role is, or are we just going to accept this report and hope that things get better?
Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. If you remember back to last year in October, when the initial review was presented to council, they did map out sort of what a fulsome physician recruitment program might look like. But what they said was there were a number of activities that we should entertain before we go down that road. And so this is the second report from that time. And what I'm asking, or what I'm describing in this report, and what I would like council's endorsement on, is the policy as part of the Appendex, which will provide a policy for the municipality, for council to direct on how they want to support the file. So we're involved in a number of activities. This policy sort of explains what those different roles might be, and it's the purpose of the policy to then define that role, even though the role could change over time. So that's what's kind of in front of you tonight.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jill, thank you for the report, for the definitions of what we're doing, what we did do, what we could do, and putting it in the perspective of various legislative and jurisdictional standards that we have to abide by. I think it might be the fourth document that's attached, compares Grey Bruce physician recruitment programs, the amount, and a summary of what they offer. I know you included this in a previous report, but could you indicate what Saugeen Shores spends annually, and sort of a bullet point summary of what we do for that, because it's a very important program.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. So annually, we budget $150,000, and that goes towards incentive agreements. But when I brought the previous report forward back in April, you'll remember that I brought forward a table which included infrastructure, administrative costs, physician incentives, capital costs, and staff time. And if you consider all of those elements, it's close to $500,000 a year.
Okay. Councillor Halpin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you. Yeah, that was just a perfect kind of segue for what I was going to talk about. Because in the past, like I'm glad that this report is happening and we're really moving in the right direction. And because in the past we're spending all this money on healthcare and the public really never knew the total amount that we were spending. And so we're spending $500,000 on healthcare. And will this become a line in our budget next year? Like when the next council does a budget, will there be a line that says $500,000 for healthcare or, you know, so that we really have a grasp of what we're spending on this and it can really be disclosed to the public what we're spending on this?
The manager?
To you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. The purpose of this activity is to define the level of involvement that council wishes to go in. And then through that, there would be a proper budget developed to support that program so that it would be transparent in the future.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and through you. And it is just worth mentioning that last year we had to, we removed about $500,000 or we used $500,000 to have a balanced budget. And this year we're focusing on bringing forth a balanced budget, which means a reduction of 500,000. And here we are spending $500,000 on physicians a year. So it's good that the public knows that, because I think, again, it's one of those unsung things that we're doing that does affect our budget, and it affects our budget to a tune of $500,000 a year. So thanks for your work on this, and I appreciate it, and I'm really happy to see this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Further comments or questions from the members, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
I wanted to thank Jill. I think this is the closest council's come to really understanding, where we could be heading in terms of adopting a policy like this, Jill. So I think this is a great step. And I was reading through the policy and the whole document. There was one that really struck me, and I'll just read it. It said, over time, municipalities have stepped in to address gaps that are not designed or sourced to solve, reinforcing the perception that they're responsible for healthcare. We're not, but we are. It's a provincial responsibility, but we're investing heavily, and I think we're going to have to continue to do our part. And Councillor Halpin and others have mentioned, the doctoral medical clinic and the Southampton clinic, 2 buildings that we bought and paid for, and that those are huge capital costs. Probably, I don't know whether it's in the millions or not, but we've invested significantly in capital as well. But I like the next line too, Jill, and it's operating without a clearly defined municipal role increases the likelihood of misaligned partner expectations and scope expansion, municipal resource burden, et cetera. So, I think it's really well said in the document, and I think this is the closest, at least for me personally, we've come to really understanding where we're heading with this thing. So it's been a lot of work for you, and I think it's probably consuming a lot of your time as manager of your department. And so I don't know how much more you can sustain in terms of workload, but I think you need to know, at least myself around the council table, I believe that we recognize, the amount of time and effort you're putting into this, and it's a lot of time. And it's evident from these reports. So I just really want to thank you a lot for all you've done from a physician recruitment and retention standpoint. Yeah.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from the members? Yeah, I'll echo that. Thank you for your work on this. Jill, it does take an awful lot of time at our senior administrative level. And part of the reason for that is because it's never really been structured inside the municipality as an area of responsibility. Every other service we provide falls properly within a department, has a staff to service it. Council sets out the levels of service, and then things flow from there. That's never been done. This is sort of developed on an ad hoc basis over a long time, both recruitment and our sort of landlord position that we're in, both with locum housing and with our clinics. So it is, we need to define that, figure out what level of service we're going to provide, and then align all of our agreements and all of our activities in this area to match council's direction so that we can have, as Councillor Halpin pointed out, we know what we're spending. We can say to the public what we're spending. We know how to service it. And so, and we can get staff together to do that. So I think this is necessary work, important work. And it's also good timing because it aligns with the work of the Ontario health teams and the new push from the province to their promise by 2029 to have every Ontarian attached to a primary care provider. They've made that promise. They are making good progress, as far as I know, in our region. So it's a good opportunity for us to look at it because there may be a chance for us to back out of the recruitment business as they pick that up and perhaps focus more on our the landlord business that we're in, providing space for physicians, which is maybe a little bit better aligned with what municipalities are good at. So, anyway, it's a good opportunity to do that, and I thank you for your work on it. So we've had a recommendation. It's been moved and seconded as amended. So I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. All right. So now we're on to 9.4, council remuneration update, and this is from the manager, Human Resources.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. As part of the 2026 Business Plan Major Initiative, Gallagher Benefit Services completed a comprehensive compensation review, which included council remuneration. Through that review, it was identified that current council-based remuneration is below the comparator market and below the pay policy established in the council remuneration and expense policy. At the May 11th council meeting, council directed staff to return with a 4-year phased-in option to move toward the policy target of the median market plus 5%, with the financial implications clearly outlined. This report provides that phased-in approach. The proposed option would begin with the new term of council, effective November 15th, 2026, and would spread the required adjustments evenly over 4 years to reach the target by 2029. Annual economic adjustments would continue to be applied in accordance with the existing policy. The report outlines the updated annual base remuneration for each council position beginning in November 2026, as well as the longer-term financial impact once the phase-in is complete. The recommendation before council is to approve the 4-year phase-in option and adopt the accompanying amending bylaw to update the base counts remuneration. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There is a resolution that council approve the 4-year phase-in option for implementation of the council remuneration effective November 15, 2026, and that council adopt bylaw 58-2026, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 55-2024, a bylaw to establish base remuneration and per diem rates for members of council. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mayette. Questions or comments from the members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't speak for long because we had an extended conversation about this in a previous council meeting, but I do support the proposal. The bottom line is that even with the proposed increase, which would take effect in the fall for the new council, it's below some of our comparator regional municipalities. And members of council who do their job properly take on a large workload and a lot of responsibility for a salary that will never properly compensate them for the job they voluntarily take on. Just in terms of the money for this particular proposed increase, the total annual financial increase by 2029 would be 51,500. That would be 0.00198% of our 2026 tax levy. So, it's not a huge amount that we're talking about. I certainly support members of our next council receiving this fair compensation.
Thank you. I have Halpin Stack, then the Vice Deputy Mayor. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, John. So with this, we would also get the annual cost of living expense as well. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The annual economic adjustment would still apply.
And that, through you, Mayor, that adjustment, is it the same every year, or is it something that's tabulated annually?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it does change. It's based off the CPI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Stack and then the Vice Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stack.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think this will come as a surprise, so I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I think we've spoken today about homeless people, about the increase and the challenges they face, about the increased costs we're facing with respect to our role in physician recruitment and general healthcare delivery in our community. And we've also spoken about a need to reduce our costs and try to get back in line with our. So I think on to council. We know what the remuneration is. It's a decision everyone makes knowing we're having access to the information. So I don't think this is the right time to be asking or approving any kind above CP supporting.
Okay, Councillor Stack, we lost you a little bit there at the end, but I hope you were finished your comments. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
So,
oops, sorry, you still there? Councillor Stack, we're losing you a bit.
yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure I just wanted to reiterate that in case it was cut out, I'm not supporting it given the timing we have. And I don't think this is the right time to be
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Stack. We have heard and understand your opposition to the resolution. Thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to commend staff for listening to council from the last meeting. I had to leave that meeting early. I wasn't feeling well. But what did I do when I got home? I turned on the TV and listened to the discussion. And I wish I had been here because I would have supported it. I think it's really important for this council, future councils, to keep up to date with the benefits that you paid to make a difference in this community. And many of us around this table, whether you spend 10, 15, 20, 30 hours a week, maybe works out about $20 an hour. It's more than some people make a minimum wage, no question. But I think I've been around 12 years now, and there have been decisions that have been delayed, and we haven't taken the increase. And I just think if you continue to do that, you're going to fall further and further behind. And so I personally think you're doing the right thing by accepting this 4-year phase in and trying to stay as current as you possibly can, so you don't 1 year end up with a big increase to stay caught up, so to speak, with what's happening in other municipalities. And we are falling behind as compared to some municipalities. So, as I think it's a good thing that we're doing here, and I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm reminded of when I first got elected and sat through the orientation and was actually surprised that we did get paid. But jumping forward to today, with respect to Councillor Stack's comment about it's not the right time, I really do feel that it is the right time. The nature of sitting here in the chambers at this table and having to consider legacy investments and what to spend tax dollars on, balancing this with that, and having to decide yes or no to things that are all in many ways yeses. This is not an easy thing to live with every day. And most of us, all of us, you're on all the time. You walk into a coffee shop, someone turns around and asks you a question about the town, or offers an opinion, not always positive. And it is time to represent in a very, very tiny little financial way some improvements in the base remuneration. We did put in play also during this term of council some recognition for participation on committees that goes beyond the base remuneration, because there are certainly opportunities for council members to participate beyond regular attendance at a council meeting. And that was a good thing to do at the time as well, because that's an important part of being a member of council too. But I look around the room, I see the people who sit at the table or who are watching online. I see us all out at events in the community, and we may go to those events anyway, even if we weren't on council. But when we're there as a member of council, there's an expectation put on us that it's definitely the right time to have this conversation and to make an adjustment. The next council will have the same chance their last year of their 4-year term to think about the future again. And anybody who's paying attention to council, they know that there are some things that are very different now than they were even 4 years ago. Social media is incredible. The level of expectation is incredible. And, quite frankly, the sense of entitlement that some people feel in terms of getting in our face, so to speak, it's not always an easy job. And, the Vice Deputy Mayor made a comment about you add up the numbers and maybe you'll get to where it's an hourly rate of, $20 an hour. I would suggest that sometimes, here we are at 9:06. We've been at it since 6:30. We had a big agenda tonight. There's hours of reading before that. There were some messages came in from members of the public to consider as well, that sometimes, some weeks, it's not even probably $10 an hour when you add up the time. So, I very much appreciate what Councillor Stack said. And I don't do this for the money, but I think that this is a job, and some recognition is very important for the people that choose to put their name on a ballot, and for those people that get elected to show up and do the job to the best of their ability. So thank you for letting me say that.
Of course, Councillor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I believe this is the right time too, as the Deputy Mayor has alluded to. There is no right time ever, really, when you think about it. But if there's going to be a right time, it will be at the end of a term, and it affects the beginning of the next term. We may be in these seats, we may not, but at least there will be election in there, and this is for the next term. So that makes it the right time. And everything else that the Deputy Mayor said is correct too. The council meeting is the window of what we do. And it sometimes goes long, as this one is going to. But it's the work that's done getting to this point, and during the course of the week or any given week, that's where you really have to think about not what you're earning, but that perhaps it's time to increase the stipend so that we do stay up to date with other comparator communities. So I will be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments? I just appreciate the work that's been done to come up with a little bit more modest way of doing this, to moderate it and extend it over the period of the coming term. And I assume at the end of that period, another one of these wage reviews will be done. And so you'll sort of spend the time, between reviews, working your way up to a job rate, and then another job rate gets established. So I think it's a good way to do it. It moderates the impact annually. And I sort of have said to myself in this conversation that, the mayor's position is essentially at job rate, pretty close, very good compared to the comparators. And so there's not much of an increase in this for the mayor. So my resolution was sort of to listen to what my colleagues have to say, as they're the ones who are experiencing greater than I am, the disparity. And I hear a pretty broad consensus that this is something members of council feel is appropriate and necessary. So for that reason, in support of them, I will support the resolution. So if there's nothing further, we're good for the vote. There was a mover and seconder. The resolution's moved and seconded. So I will ask all in favor and opposed.
Me.
Councillor Stack is opposed, so that's carried. Thank you. Since the deputy mayor pointed out we've been sitting here forever, why don't we take a break, because I just started to feel it myself. We'll take a pause here for 10 minutes, reconvene at 20 after 9. Okay, so we're going to call this meeting back to order here, and we're on to 9.5 then, the development charges bylaw and the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the May 11th council meeting on new development charges, council directed staff to return with an implementation strategy for the upcoming DC bylaw and to better align exemptions with provincial exemptions. This report and its attachment outline a proposed approach for bylaw exemptions, which is the focus of the recommendation to be dealt with at tonight's meeting. The proposed approach came through discussion between Hempson and staff and is aimed towards better aligning the DC bylaw with provincial exemptions. A further report on the recently announced provincial and federal development charges reduction program will come forward on June 15th, and the final development charges bylaw and rates will be presented to council for approval at the July 6th council meeting. And with that, we have Christopher Billette from Hempson on the line, so I'll pass it over to him to briefly cover some of the proposed approaches on exemptions.
Sure, thank you, and good evening, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to come speak to you tonight. So just some brief, just a brief overview of kind of the staff report and some of the language that's being proposed in there in terms of the changes, particularly around our review of the exemptions that are being covered within the current bylaw and how those can be handled kind of going forward. So the first set there is really related to kind of standard exemptions, what we call kind of standard across the board type exemptions, particularly for institutional type development, boards of education, hospitals, places of worship. There's other categories as well. They're pretty common across municipalities. So these ones, we see them as being generally retained. There's no reason why they should be kind of removed, and they should be maintained kind of in the bylaw, consistent with many other municipalities across the province. The next one is around industrial development. So currently the town fully exempts industrial development, and that full exemption does exceed the provisions of the Development Charges Act. The Act provides for exemptions for expansion of existing industrial buildings that meet certain kind of the size of the expansion or certain criteria around those. Many municipalities have some kind of exemption or additional exemptions above and beyond the Act for industrial type development, but it's less common to have a full exemption like the town currently does. So, recognizing that the Act covers those industrial expansion and exemptions, it is proposed that the approach is to remove kind of the full exemption. One important point here to make is that kind of the incentives around the innovation park, they are independent of the town's bylaws, so these incentives can continue and would be unaffected by this change. So it doesn't mean that, any other incentives outside of the bylaw that are in regards to industrial type development, especially in the innovation park, it doesn't mean that those wouldn't be able to benefit from those types of incentives. However, the conclusion is going to be that any new industrial development is going to pay the full kind of development charge rate. The next one is on the kind of the core commercial exemption. It is a geographical exemption, so unique to the area and obviously unique to the town. So just a few changes kind of proposed to this one. Proposed that that mixed use development, the particular exemption focused on mixed use in the commercial core, that be maintained, recognizing that it does support kind of council's objectives on housing priorities and is not explicitly covered already through the Development Charges Act. We would propose to remove the non-residential exemption as it doesn't relate directly to housing development. The other points on the core commercial would be exemptions around affordable and not-for-profit housing. These are already covered comprehensively through the Act. So these kind of more local exemptions in the commercial core would be removed from the bylaw. So regardless of the changes to the core commercial, those pieces, the affordable and not-for-profit housing, they would still be exempt relative to the meeting the requirements of the Development Charges Act. Just a few more here on the vacant building redevelopment, as well as some other provisions captured in the bylaw. Vacant building redevelopment exemptions would be maintained. These are unique to the town, so there's no overlap or no specific reference to the act of these types of exemptions. So we would propose to keep them as they are completely unique to your bylaw. Any exemptions related to additional residential units, they're pretty fully and kind of comprehensively covered through the Act in terms of additional units built in existing or proposed developments. Those additional units are exempt. They can be removed from the town's bylaw. Finally, some other provisions to kind of reserve fund allocation provisions and certain deferral mechanisms. If you recall, perhaps in other meetings we've had where we've presented this information, there's some issues with defensibility on those reserve fund allocations that are provisioned through the bylaw. We were proposed to remove those, and as well as deferral of payments on kind of the rental kind of units. There's some redundancy with the act, so we will propose to remove that language in there as well. And then kind of finalizing and then continuing with that piece here on the rentals, the town's rental housing exemptions are a bit stronger than those in the Development Charges Act. That said, a few years back with the changes to the act, they provided a standardized framework to incentivize this type of development. Any units that are proposed to be rental units provide a reduction of 25% on DCs for units with 3 or more bedrooms, 20% reduction for 2-bedroom units, and a 15% reduction for any other types of units that don't fit those first 2 categories. So removing kind of those rentals means that those rental exemptions specific to the bylaw means that the provisions of the act with those more standardized reductions would be what would apply to those units once they're proposed or they come online sort of in the town. Really, just one kind of final point to make here is that ultimately the exemptions that we're proposing here to kind of change or to remove are the ones that we've identified as kind of being redundant with the act. So any exemptions that we see here that are unique to the town, like we call the core commercial, for example, those would remain, and then just only the redundant ones are the ones that we would propose to remove. So with that, I'll just maybe call it there and be happy to pass it back to the CFO or to council.
All right, well, so there's a resolution that council approved the proposed approach from the Saugeen Shores DC exemptions list for inclusion in the town's development charges bylaw, and the council determined that no further public meetings under section 12 of the Development Charges Act be held. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Davinsky. Discussion. Councillor Grace and then the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the vacant building redevelopment, retention of that. I did have a question about this because, of course, we do have some vacant buildings in our downtowns, especially, that are really noticeable and that people are constantly aggravated by. Can we have a program that involves reaching out to the owners? Like how do our owners of these vacant buildings know that there is, this incentive to redevelop these vacant buildings?
The CAO.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The vacant building conversation has been one that recently the Director of Development Service and I have had for our economic development team, not in the context of the DCs in particular, but how the town might prioritize trying to find tenants and see the redevelopment of those lands. So I can take the comment away and the director and I can take that away about how we reach out to those property owners.
Okay, Councillor Halpin and then the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is a great report, and I like the way that we're getting rid of the redundancy. We're following all the things laid out in the Development Charges Act already. To me, I really like keeping mixed core or mixed use in the core, Because, we don't need more sprawling one-story plazas. This is a good way to get housing in those areas, and we've seen the shift already in mixed use in the proposals and site plan agreements that have been coming forward. I I do have a question which was asked, and I told someone that I would ask this question for them. And it's about the additional residential units. And so if you can just entertain a question, I'll be as brief as I can. Um, so if I have a house, like my own house on Mill Street, I have a 66 by 132-foot lot. I could make, I have a granny flat in my basement. I can convert that uh, uh, into a legal apartment, and that would be exempt from DC charges. Is that correct?
Yeah, and yeah, so in short, obviously beating, without any other building code and other things, the short answer is yes, it would be exempt from development charges.
Okay, and then if I may, Mayor, so in a house like that, I could have also, I have a two-car garage. If I wanted to make, and I could legally do it, a one-bedroom unit or a bachelor unit, I could do that as well. And then you could actually build an additional residential unit in the backyard, provided that you met the requirements. Is that correct?
So the short answer is yes. There is a provision in the act where in terms of the where the unit is actually being built, if it's ancillary. So there is an exceptions, like you can't build it in two ancillary units and two units within your home. There's an exception between the two where you can't kind of mix and match between the two. You got to make sure that you're building either an ancillary or either one inside your home or two, but not kind of building too many of them to make it simple.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry to belabor this, but I realize this maybe has more to do with building code than development charges. But in Saugeen Shores, two, you could have your house and can you have two or three additional units? Like I could put two in my house plus one in the backyard built. Is that correct?
It's not so much a DC question as it is a development question, but we can ask the CAO maybe to speak to it.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just looking at all the planning staff I have in the room tonight, so they can correct me if I'm wrong, but we, a couple of years ago, passed 4 units as of right on a lot.
4 units as of right. Okay, thank you. I was asking that for someone, and I appreciate you entertaining my question. Thank you very much, and thanks for your work on the development charges.
Well, yeah, thank you. So we got the deputy mayor and then Councillor Mayette.
Thank you. I have two, and one is kind of a combination. One, hopefully easy answers. In the materials, there's a comment about how if something is being changed, whenever something was approved, that's the policy, or that's the situation with an exemption that would apply then, pending legislated timing limits being met. Is there a really easy stock standard answer related to the legislated timing limits?
Who's got that one?
I'll let Hampton take that one.
Yep, go ahead.
So sorry, I'm just trying to find the reference, if you bear with me a second here. So in terms of the kind of the requirements here, or what we're trying to reference here, when we talk about legislative timing limits, it's really related to the timing of when the development charge is calculated versus when the development charge is due. So technically, when we talk about those timing limits for a particular unit, you calculate the charge when it's when the application comes in, but ultimately when that charge is due is when the occupancy happens. So it can happen sometime after that, but what essentially is happening is we're paying for that charge from a past period of time, right? So that charge could have gone up in that period of time, but you would still be paying an older charge, which could potentially be sort of lower. This is also in reference to the timing and kind of the limits around, or the legislative limits around, when applications need to be processed. There is a time limit associated to that as well. But what we want to make sure here is that, regardless of any changes to the exemptions, any of those provisions that are through the DCA on those are still applicable and still represent other kind of potential changes or losses in DC revenues associated to that timing. So they are independent but related a bit.
Thank you for that. My other question was brought in two areas, but it was specific to downtown or core commercial situations. I'm just not entirely clear of why we would be so quick to remove in the core, which very defined areas in both Port Elgin and Southampton, the downtown cores, why we would be so quick to remove non-residential development, because I understand about the mixed use, and Councillor Halpin addressed that, but to my way of thinking, that's where we would like to have some smaller businesses locate and maintain the vibrancy of the core in terms of retail or restaurant stuff. So that's one thing. But the other aspect, and Councillor Grace brought up about vacant buildings. In the core areas, there's not very much vacant land available. And I guess if the conversation's going on about vacant buildings, maybe at some point, vacant land in the core can fit into that conversation too, because if there was a vacant lot, and I can think of one or two possibly in Southampton, vacant lots, one or two possibly in the core of Port Elgin, if those lots are sitting there vacant and somebody wanted to build a retail experience or a hospitality experience that didn't include residential, I would like to, imagine that we would incentivize that. So I'm just curious why we would be so quick to remove non-residential development from the core. And with regard to vacant buildings, so this is kind of a sub question. If there is a vacant building, if somebody wants to do something in that building, I'm not entirely sure if there wasn't a change of use, there would not be a development charge anyway. So if there's a building that exists, is it a change of use that would trigger a development charge? Or am I really misunderstanding that? So I was very focused on the downtown core stuff with removing non-residential because there's not very much vacant land where that could be created anyway, but I would like, to have that sort of stuff locate downtown. But then the vacant building thing, how would development charges even be triggered on a vacant building?
The consultant?
Yeah, so to the councilor's point, it's true in terms of the redevelopment of a building. If it's being redeveloped into the same kind of type of building, there wouldn't be an additional kind of charge. That said, the provision of the bylaw is a little different in terms of it's talking about the conversion of buildings or structures or part of those structures that have been vacant for a period of 12 consecutive months, meaning there's the exemption here, or the incentive here is to make sure that buildings that are vacant for a prolonged kind of period of time can be redeveloped into other forms and potentially have portion or some sort of exemption associated to them. So if my understanding, or at least our understanding of that provision is related to if there is a change in use where development charges would otherwise be applied and it's been vacant for some time, there's some incentive there for some sort of DC kind of exemptions in that from that. So that I think that's the way we understand it from our perspective, and maybe if staff want to add anything to that.
What about the non-residential, removing that from the core.
So that provision is in terms of what our review of that is related to, or our understanding is that the kind of the main objective of the core commercial exemption is primarily the residential component. So because the residential is the primary objective, we kind of kept to the mixed use, which captures both and incentivizes those two components. But at the same time, removing the any of the residential portions, anything related to rentals, not-for-profits, which are captured in that core commercial sort of exemption, would be covered through the Development kind of Charges Act. So that's really the main kind of objective there, that prioritizing the residential side as opposed to the non-residential.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
There we go. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yeah, the Deputy Mayor's question was similar to mine with regards to buildings that are not currently being used as residential but could be converted to residential, and whether or not DCs would even apply and without the exemption. And I'm thinking about the building on South Rankin Street that was formerly a pump house that I think was actually slated for demolition up until a week or so ago. That there's an interest by a resident to convert that old pump house into an affordable housing and make a case that it's affordable housing. And so, like, under normal circumstances, would there be a development charge even to apply without the exemption, or does this exemption actually come into a play into a situation like that? I didn't quite understand the question when it was asked, because that was, I think Diane was, the Deputy Mayor, sorry, was thinking about like something on the main street that was a store being converted to residential, or this is more of an industrial building in an existing residential neighborhood, but it was never used as residential, and it certainly has been vacant for a lot longer than 12 months.
The CIO, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure, Councillor Mayette, if I can answer your question on that specific property on the fly while we're at the meeting here. But to answer the question around the core commercial areas, and that one would be outside of that area. The other thing that I was going to offer applies in those core commercial areas is the zoning bylaw too, right? So we'll see the uses that we want to see happen for those non-residential happening through the zoning bylaw, and then the incentivizing the residential adds that into that primary use. So I'm sorry, I don't know that we can answer the pump house scenario for you at this meeting, but we could get back to you if you really needed an answer on that one tomorrow.
Okay, so I got the Vice Deputy Mayor and then Davinsky.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question really was around the purpose-built rental housing. And I see in your chart that year 2024 and 2025, there's $3.2 million total municipal reduction for purpose-built housing rental, which is a significant amount of dollars. And council purposely provided those incentives to incentivize purpose-built housing, and we've benefited from that with three apartment units in town, 5 stories high. I think they're 85 units each, 250, 260 units. So what you're saying is that the incentives we're providing now are a lot better than what under this new program that we're entering into regarding the province of Ontario. So can we, I guess my question is, can we actually incentivize over and above what's being proposed in here? Or I'm looking at that Building Communities Strong Fund, $8.8 billion fund. Is that something that, because my fear is if these incentives are no longer available to our builders to do with purpose-built rentals, these high-rise apartment buildings, could that could have a negative impact? I mean, it could come to a stop in terms of building high-rise apartment buildings. So this could have a negative effect in some ways. Could the $8.8 billion fund, the Building Community Strong Fund, is there eligibility for the town of Saugeen Shores to tap into that resource to help offset the lower incentives that we're now that we will be providing now to developers? I hope I'm making myself clear with my question.
Yeah, there's a bit of a, let's put it this way, a multi-part answer to that. So the first thing in terms of the DCRF, the program you're referring to, the 8.8 billion, that program is independent of your non-statutory exemptions in your bylaw. So just to be clear, that program and what's being talked about here in terms of your statutory exemptions are not necessarily sort of related from the perspective of applying to the program. So the program itself is proposing a commitment from the town, if the town wishes to enter into that commitment, for a reduction of development charges from 30 to 50%, subject to certain criteria, viability of projects and which projects are eligible, shovel-ready projects, and so on, just to name a few of those requirements. So whether you have these exemptions in your bylaw or not doesn't come into play in terms of that that particular grant program, because it's proposing a blanket reduction to DCs in order to be eligible for it.
Can I, just to clarify, the Vice Deputy Mayor's line of questioning, if can the statutory exemptions or non-statutory exemptions, is it your understanding that they would be layered on to the DC reduction that was created through the federal provincial funding? In other words, we would reduce the DC on a blanket way by 30 to 50%. And then in addition to that, the statutory and non-statutory exemptions would also come into play. Is that how it would work out?
That is correct. Yeah.
Fair enough. But a development, and we have one south of town that the council just approved, they would still qualify. They would still qualify for the incentives that we are currently providing. This doesn't override it.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because the blanket, the program proposes a blanket reduction, which you would reduce your DCs hypothetically by the 30 to 50% requirement, and then any development that meets the criteria of your bylaw, say rental development, they would have the additional incentive from your bylaw on top of that reduction as well.
So anything that's already received site plan approval, what you're saying is that the developer's okay with the incentives that we've already agreed to.
If based on the current bylaw, that would be the case.
Okay, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just looking for a clarification. Number one, industrial development. And there's talk about, under the proposed approach, incentives outside of the DC bylaw for Innovation Park would be maintained. However, development charges would apply to all new industrial development. This approach better aligns with the intent of the DCA. I believe we have 17 properties out there that could be used. Are we saying if we had 17 industrial groups come into Innovation Park, they would all enjoy the benefit of reduced or no development charges?
The CAO.
This is through you, Mr. Mayor. As was explained in the report, the incentive programs for Innovation Park are separate and distinct from this. Sorry, I'm looking at your face. I'm not answering your question. So what's being outlined under number one here is separate from the Innovation Park incentive package.
Okay, I must be missing something. Will Innovation Park, that entire area, which I said had something like 17 potential hookups, they all would not have development charges within that industrial or that innovation park.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's 17 lots, 17 acres in total. So you're so correct at that in Innovation Park. There's a suite of incentives that are specific to Innovation Park and criteria in order for them to access those incentives. So for example, one off the top of my head is the number of jobs that they create. So there's a set of criteria, and depending on how those people interested in the lot meet those criteria, they're then eligible for certain exemptions or incentives from the town. So I can't answer that they all would be, because if they don't meet the criteria, then they wouldn't be eligible. But if they do meet the criteria, they would be eligible. But each of those would come forward individually.
Okay, that clears it up. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Councillor Halpin was back. I don't know if Councillor Mayette's hand is still up or if he is also, okay, so Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, just kind of in relation to that pump house. If someone makes true affordable housing, the DCA, the Development Charges Act, exempts them from development charges, correct?
So through the mayor, so if a certain unit meets the criteria of the act for affordable housing, those units would be exempt, and the criteria are outlined in that the kind of the bulletin in terms for split between rental units and ownership units, and the average rents and the average sale prices.
Sure. So if the proponent or the person interested can make that pump house into a true affordable rental unit, then he would be exempt automatically from development charges according to the act. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple of comments from me. I think, to me, at this point, simplifying the DC bylaw to the greatest extent possible is what we should be doing. In my view, these incentives, all the ones, even the ones that are still in here, would be better housed in a community improvement plan than in the DC bylaw. One of the key problems we have here, I think council has struggled with it, is having these incentives housed in several different documents, several different policies is confusing because it's hard for us to fully understand all of the exemptions that we have and how they relate to one another. The best thing I think we could do is pass a DC bylaw that is simply implementing the DCA in accordance with the study that we have done. And then if we wish to do additional exemptions, do them as part of community improvement plans. These like the vacant building redevelopment, that's a thing you can do in a CIP, use the CIP, decide what council's priority is there and develop a CIP program to incentivize the redevelopment of vacant buildings. It may be more than DC exemptions. It may include building permit forgiveness. It may include other municipal fee forgiveness, all the things that can be in a CIP. That's where you do it, and council can debate it at that time, develop a policy, and Councillor Grace raised it about telling the public about it. Like, it's easier to do that through a CIP, I think, than through the DC bylaw. Core commercial areas, we can identify what kind of things we want to do in addition to the DCA in a core commercial area. If we want to incentivize residential or non-residential in some particular way, use a CIP. We have a CIP targeted at housing. Use the CIP to target housing in that location. If we want to do industrial or commercial redevelopment, you can do that through the CIP. I think we should get rid of all of these exemptions. I think we should have a simple development charge bylaw that takes our study and implements it in accordance with the DCA only, and that we should set up a series of exemptions through CIP policies and contain all of that in the CIPs. So I don't support the recommendation in terms of the proposed approach. I would like to see us align this and simplify it. And I think on the question of, it's important to note, like with this purpose-built rental thing, the town of Saugeen Shores, and you see the number here, in the last, 2 years, has contributed $3.2 million to purpose-built rental housing in this community. We have been funding 100% of that at the municipal level. which is a major contribution to building more affordable housing forms in the community. It's high time that the federal and provincial governments came around to supporting those efforts. We've been way out ahead of them. Where have they been? They're finally showing up. They're introducing these programs. That's good. Now, so it's perfect timing for us to say, okay, you know, the taxpayer of the town of Saugeen Shores has been doing this alone for a long time. Let's realign. Now that there's support from the federal and provincial governments, let's get an application in for this new FedProv program and reduce those DCs. And then so we layer that on top of the statutory exemptions, and then we layer Housing Accelerator Fund on top of that. And we create policies where we're reducing it and reducing it and reducing it again. But this time, we're doing it with the support of the federal and provincial governments, half from the federal government and the new program split between the feds and the province. That's the way it should have always been. And now it's gonna be that way, and we'll get back. I'm not sure we'll get back to 100% reduction or 100% forgiveness, but we'll get a very substantial, between those three sets of policies, a very substantial reduction in the DCs, one that I believe should be enticing for folks looking to build purpose-built rentals in our community. So it's a new policy framework. It's a realignment. It's taking the burden and splitting it between the three levels of government rather than just having it sit on the municipality. So I think we can achieve that here, and we achieve it in this case by just doing a straight alignment with the DCA because let's face it, the province has come a long way over the last couple of years and finally caught up to us in terms of implementing these kinds of policies. So anyway, I don't support the proposed approach. I would like to see us eliminate all the exemptions from the bylaw and then handle additional exemptions through CIPs. So that's my view. Are there, Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just to be clear though, like the DC Act, the Development Charges Act, when it says it's reducing on purpose-built rentals, whatever, for so much for a 3-bedroom, so much for a 2-bedroom, and the rest for the other ones. Are we reducing that, or is, you know, or they're not giving the money for those reductions? They're saying that we have to reduce that, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And so the burden isn't coming off us completely. We still have to fund that reduction. We'll still have to fund part of, if we put in an application and are successful to this new federal provincial program, they'll only fund up to 90% of that. So there'd be another 10% the town would be on the hook for. So yeah, I mean, the municipality remains a contributor financially to these DC reductions, absolutely. Just hopefully less of a contributor.
And then, so through you, Mayor, so what you want to do is just say the Development Charges Act is as it stands, and for the core development, like the residential in the downtown core, that is all handled now through our community improvement plan, and have it all our exemptions in one basket. I mean, I don't know. Are we just shifting them from one to the other? Like, is there any cost savings, or is there, or what's the advantage of doing it that way, if I may?
My own view is it simplifies things, right? And you yourself, Councillor Halpin, have expressed this in the past, and I've had great sympathy for these comments about what are our incentives, right? I mean, it's confusing. And the reason it's been confusing is because some of them are housed in the CIP, right? The innovation park, as Councillor Dominski just noted, those reductions are enabled by a community improvement plan, right? We have incentives and exemptions provided through CIPs, and then we have more provided through our DC bylaw. Let's simplify, let's put it all in one place, and then you can have a clear set of policies. These are the incentives the town of Saugeen Shores provides to support housing and all sorts of other things in our community. And they're all here in this one policy. You don't have to go across 3 different policies to find them all. And then council can understand how they relate to one another and make sure they don't overlap with one another. Because I've also heard from members in the last 4 years about concern about different ones of these policies and whether they're actually working, whether they're appropriate. It's hard for council to find them and when do we talk about them and where are they housed and how do we debate them? If we put them all in one policy, they come up for review and we look at them as a suite, all as a package, and I think it makes it easier. I can't speak for staff in terms of enforcement or implementation of them, but I have to think it's easier to implement one policy and one set of exemptions in one policy than 3 policies, but that's just speculation. I don't know if the CIO has a comment.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe just a question for clarity from Christopher from Hemson, if he can. I guess, no, I think that you're raising a good point, which is to have the incentives all housed within a community improvement plan brings about clarity and simplicity for those applying to the town's incentive programs. It wasn't in the scope of work that we were envisioning with the DC bylaw or with the current community improvement plan amendments that we have going forward right now, which are for housing. And so I guess my question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the consultant is, if these were passed in the DC bylaw and then we could bring forward a community improvement plan, could these be removed from the DC bylaw once they were incorporated into the community improvement plan?
So through the mayor, so they can be removed through the DC bylaw. There's potentially debate about whether you need to go through another public process in order to do so. Typically, a simple amendment to a bylaw, as per the Development Charges Act, is really related to creating positive results for development, perhaps, in short, reducing a development charge. Can be done through a simple amendment. However, changing a bylaw other than kind of that particular case may require another public process. So the bylaw would need to be opened up, go through the public meeting process, and then the bylaw could be changed.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Grace and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question, excuse me, is about being eligible for this Canada-Ontario partnership. From what I read, their program requires participating municipalities to reduce their DCs by 30 to 50% for 3 years from their March 30th, 2026 DC rates. The deadline for application, which is completely reasonable, is June 19th, considering that we received the program guidelines on June 3rd. My question is, if we did what you're proposing with the CIPs, would we be even eligible, or would there be a difference in eligibility with maintaining a conventional DC program as is suggested by Dan, or if we went to the CIPs, would that be endangered?
And I might speak to it, I'm just not sure that the two things are directly related with respect to these exemptions and moving them to the CIP. I don't think that that impacts the discussion with respect to the federal provincial grant. The question with respect to the federal provincial grant is whether or not, if we receive it, we can layer it on to have a better incentive for something like purpose-built rental. If we don't receive it, then it's going to be less. I think we don't have to have that debate tonight. We're going to have it in a couple of weeks when we get that report back and we can discuss that application. But that is a question of how big an incentive we can provide for certain things. But with respect to where we house these exemptions, or if we have them, I don't think, at least for as far as I can tell, maybe the staff has a different view, but I don't see how the two are necessarily aligned. The Deputy Mayor?
I'm just looking for a path forward because you make a good point, and I think having an alignment with a provincial act makes sense, and the ability to then use the CIP to literally, represent and promote what we really want to have happen in our community, and have it be, a real promotional tool instead of, having to look here, look there, whatever. That makes sense to me. But we have a motion on the floor right now. So do we need to, I don't think, there's two parts to it. So do we need to vote on that motion and then have something else come forward?
Yeah, you're absolutely, I mean, I'm just certainly just expressing my own views, so we can certainly vote on the resolution unless somebody chooses to amend it, we will vote on it. And if it passes, it passes, and if it doesn't, we'll take the next step. In my view, if it weren't to pass, we could, I think we could simply, like we're talking, this core commercial area and vacant building items, these are not high uptake things. There isn't a huge amount of activity there. There wouldn't be a tremendous amount of risk in us passing this DC bylaw without those exemptions and taking the time to put them into a CIP. From my perspective, I wouldn't be nervous about doing that at all. So I would, if the resolution on the floor were not to pass, I would simply suggest that we would direct staff to create a DC bylaw that implements the provincial exemptions as they exist. But that would be, that would be my view. I don't know, the CIO, do you have a comment?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it just becomes a timing thing and a workload thing for staff. The creation of an additional CIP in 2026 wasn't something that we envisioned doing. It's not, doesn't mean it's impossible. And to your point, I agree, like the few that are at the start of this list don't have a huge uptake, but it would mean that there was a period where we would not have these incentives in place, which is why I asked the question about could we put them in place and then amend the bylaw when we had the CIP come forward, which I think could be a solution. And to the consultant's question about, or a statement about the public meeting, we'd have to have a public meeting for the CIP anyway. So we could do that in concert and then have council housekeep both items to get it where you want, which is these incentives within the CIP.
Okay, I mean, just one final comment from me. I guess I'm not worried about not having them in place until a CIP can be implemented. I don't think it's a major concern. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I support your idea. I like the idea of just having the DCAs just dictated by the provincial government all in one thing. And then we use our community improvement plan to highlight the developments that we want in our town. So yeah, I think that's the way to go and I would support that.
Okay, so we've had a good discussion. There is a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. If there's nothing further on the resolution, I guess I'll read it one more time. The resolution is that council approve the proposed approach from the Saugeen Shores DC exemptions list for inclusion in the town's development charges bylaw, and the council determine that no further public meetings under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act be held. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? It's defeated. So I guess I would look for a resolution then to direct staff to implement or to bring forth a development charges bylaw that implements the statutory exemptions in the DCA, and that council determine that no further public meetings under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act be held. Is that an appropriate resolution?
Yeah.
We can, and direct staff to bring back a community improvement plan to implement a community improvement plan amendments to implement the exemptions as listed in the report. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Halpin. Discussion, the Deputy Mayor.
We're not putting in that, I hope, that the timing has to be the same for both of them. One can come first, right?
That's correct. The timing, we are not, at this moment at least, directing staff with respect to the timing.
The one thing I wouldn't want, and I don't know if I heard you correctly, like, I wouldn't want to restrict the CIP thing to the exemptions that are noted here. I think, there's already some things there. So to put things together, I wouldn't want it to be so prescriptive.
That was precisely my point, that under a CIP, council can do the DC thing, but it can also do a series of other things, whatever it wants to do in terms of exemptions or
what I heard when you read the potential motion that I moved, it said about a CIP with the comments that are in this report. And I'm just saying that, there's already, like, to have it be more organic than that.
Fair enough. I didn't read that. I made it up out of the blue. So it's it definitely probably wasn't good. The CAO.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to timing, if council wants to do a full review of community improvement plan options and all that it can encompass, that's something that we can't do in 2026. I hate saying the word can't, but if it were to be limited in scope to implement these four, I think that's something that we could reasonably bring forward in 2026 for your consideration. I'm just mindful that we have the HAF program going on, the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as we have the Community Improvement Plan for housing moving forward. And I don't think we have the staff capacity to do a full review of the community improvement planning in Saugeen Shores.
With your permission, Deputy Mayor, I think it would be if we could give direction to do the limited review of these items so that council can get a chance to talk about them in the context of CIP, and then there'll be a more fulsome review thereafter. So if everyone's okay, that would be the direction. I see you nodding there. So is everyone clear? Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Could we just make it as simple as the exemptions from that we propose tonight be moved into the community improvement plan? And that way staff doesn't have to really do any more research. It's all laid out there. It's just moving them over into it.
Okay, hold on here now. So I've got the clerk has done the important work of actually writing a resolution. So I'm going to read it here and you guys can tell me if it's all right. The resolution is that council approve the removal of all discretionary exemptions from the town's development charges bylaw, and that council directs staff to incorporate the discretionary exemptions as outlined in the proposed approach from the Saugeen Shores DC exemption list for inclusion in the community improvement program, and that council determine that no further public meetings under section 12 of the DC Act be held. Is that an okay resolution for the mover and seconder? Yes, the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, but I didn't hear any reference to the provincial act. That's implied.
What it says is that we're going to remove all the discretionary exemptions. So we have no more, there are no more discretionary, only statutory can be
The
left.
provincial act would just, okay.
Yeah. Anything else? Everyone's good? If there's no further questions and comments, I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to 9.6, Bruce County Official Plan and the Planning Policy Coordinator.
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, good evening, and Mayor and members of council. Tonight, staff are recommending that council endorse the comments included in tonight's Bruce County Draft Official Plan Report and forward them to Bruce County for consideration in the new Bruce County Official Plan. This report is a follow-up to the report presented to Council on February 17th, 2026, which provided a summary of the draft county official plan process and outlined comments endorsed at that time as a result of the County Council workshop. Bruce County is advancing the draft county official plan and is seeking comments in advance of the statutory public meeting on June 18th and prior to Council's consideration of adoption of the new plan. Comments and direction provided at this stage will inform the statutory public meeting and subsequent consideration of approval of the draft plan. A draft new Bruce County official plan recommendations and options to address outstanding issues report and attachments were presented to County Council on April 23rd, 2026, in which my report addresses. Town staff have since reviewed the proposed changes and are generally supportive, recognizing that many of the amendments are being advanced in response to provincial direction. However, staff have identified that some matters are considered priorities or concerns for the town, which are further highlighted in my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There is a resolution that council endorsed the comments in this report and forward them to Bruce County for consideration in the new Bruce County official plan. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion, the Deputy Mayor?
I don't know if Kristen will be able to answer this, but I have a couple. First of all, just for clarification, our settlement boundary, our official plan kind of rules within the settlement boundary. The Bruce County official plan is outside the settlement boundary that exists right at the moment. Is that a fair statement? Okay, I see some nods. the mapping that we received in the report, unfortunately, it doesn't have a code, but when I look from the left side, which is current, to the right side, which is the draft, it would appear as though the areas that would be, I believe, changed from agriculture to rural, it's extremely limited. Is that what those colors on the map mean? So there's, on the one on the top, this is in comment number 4 in the report that we received. The mapping that's on the top, they're stacked. Example 1, it looks to me like it's just a very, very small area that would somehow be changed from agriculture to rural. And then the map that's below it, there's an elongated area. But other than that, to me, the mapping looks the same for us. Am I reading that properly?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Thank you for the question. I might just quickly pull up the mapping just to confirm, but my recollection is that the white is rural and the green is agriculture, but I will just quickly double check that. And sorry, what was the second question? Apologies.
Well, I hadn't even thought about white. I was looking at the darker color because the map, there's no color code there. So I guess if perhaps, we can be provided with a color code, that would be helpful because I hadn't thought about it the way that you did. My other questions, I just wanted to make sure that some of the things that we talked about here had been picked up, because we had concerns about archaeology resources, and I know you I believe, sent those in, and about existing agricultural uses on natural heritage areas, and the wetlands question. We talked a bit about that here too. Do you have confidence that the messaging that we sent in was in some way considered, and if not totally, parts of it are being picked up and now will be potentially part of the new Bruce County plan?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, thank you for the question. And I'm happy to send the mapping legend post-meeting so you have that as a reference. I can confirm we have had multiple discussions and meetings with county staff just to ensure that not only are our concerns addressed, but we're in some way meeting in the middle or comfortable with some of the approaches going forward. So I can confidently say that those comments have been addressed.
Okay, I would just note for council's interest, if you go to Bruce County's website, search the new official plan, there's an interactive map there where there's a slider where you can go back and forth between the current and future state. So it's very interactive and makes it a little easier to see all those changes. Are there further comments with respect to this? I don't see any. Thank you for your work on this and for these comments. I appreciate the work and look forward to endorsing the comments. If there's nothing further, then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. All right, now we're on to 9.7, Ombudsman Ontario May 2026 report, and the clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. On May 29th, the town received the attached report from the Acting Ombudsman of Ontario regarding an investigation into 8 closed to public council meetings held between 2022 and 2025. The Ombudsman reported in their findings that in 5 of the 8 meetings reviewed, the resolution to proceed into closed to public did not adequately describe the general nature of the matters being considered. However, no improper use of closed meeting authority was found. As the report has findings, council is now required under subsection 239.2 in brackets 12 of the Municipal Act to pass a resolution stating how it intends to address the report. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a resolution that council received the Ombudsman Ontario May 2026 report for information, and the council and its committees commit to vigilance and adhering to their individual and collective obligation to ensure that the municipality complies with its responsibilities under the Municipal Act 2001, and that council commits to ensuring that all resolutions to proceed into a closed public session provide a general description of all issues to be discussed in a way that maximizes the information available to the public while not undermining the reason for excluding the public, and that council will specify which closed meeting exemptions it intends to rely upon for each individual matter to be discussed in closed session, and that council will, when possible, follow the practice of reporting back meaningful information about the matters considered in closed session. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. I will just comment and say the town of Saugeen Shores appreciates the comments from the Ombudsman's review. These reviews are important for ensuring that the municipality is in full compliance with the Municipal Act. We are committed to being in full compliance with the Municipal Act, in particular to meet the requirements for stating the general nature of our closed meetings. We are committed also to fully implementing the recommendations of the Ombudsman. So I thank the Ombudsman again for her report. Is there further questions or comments from the members? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so now we will move on to the consent agenda. Two items there. I have a resolution that items 12.1 through 12.3 be, sorry, three items, 12.1 through 12.3 be approved and received for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Grace. Any comments with respect to the shoulder season campaign results? The Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Grace.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask, the targeted campaign, was it fundamentally on social media, or did it include any radio or other media opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Charbonneau, it was a social media campaign. We leveraged YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amanda, I'm happy to see this report and the fact that we're doing something more, I guess, that we're continuing on with trying to reach people and attract them for the shoulder season. I wondered if you could give us an example or two of what was in the campaign, what kinds of Facebook ads. You talked about static ads or videos. What did people see to attract them?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Yes, so we worked with a professional videography company to capture some content, and we're able to really maximize that. We got a 60-second video clip, 10-second, 15-second, 30-second, and then we were also able to get a number of stills, so just photo shots. And we use those at a variety of different ads. We were kind of doing that A/B testing, so to speak, and through the 6-month time, we would play around with what did best. So it really was a mix of video and static photo. Yep, and so that would be the medias, and then the campaign itself focused on really exploring and experiencing Saugeen Shores in the shoulder season. So we captured walks on the beach, a cozy cafe, winter trails, shopping, dining, and experiencing downtown, the museum, things of that nature. We did try and stay away from things that were like snow activities because we know it's unpredictable. But yeah, I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And Amanda, thanks for this report. This was an in-house report. Is that true? We didn't hire a consultant for this. Our own staff has done this.
Thank you. And through Mayor Charbonneau. So the report itself, we did work with Blackburn Media to implement this campaign for us, and they had been providing monthly reports to us. That's how we were monitoring the campaign, and they were able to consolidate all of that into this one final attachment that you received with this report.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mayor. One of the things I noticed from there is that there is such an untapped resource of residents in Saugeen Shores that can do these things, you know, and the shoulder season is I think it's a great program and thank you for working on this.
Thank you, the Vice.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report, Amanda. Just a similar question. So two questions. What was the total budget then for this the shoulder season report? By the way, I think that anything we can do to track visitors, overnight stayers, restaurants, hotels, motels during the shoulder season, I think would be very much appreciated by our accommodators. So I think it's a great thing what we're doing. I just wondering what the cost was for the campaign. And secondly, were you able to track through our motel hotels what impact it actually did have with the short-term stays in our motels?
Thank you, and through Mayor Charbonneau. So the video itself was 10,000. That was from an existing budget we had in 2024, and the campaign was 6,300 over the 6 months, and that was out of a 2025 existing budget. So you'll recall we have budgets for community toolkits, destination development, so we were able to be creative with those budgets, and that's how we covered those expenses.
I think it's a great, I think it's a great program, and I think I'm repeating, but anything we can do to attract new visitors into our community for those 6 months when it's not quite as busy with their beaches in the summer and so on and so forth. But were you able to track the number of actual stays? Like, were you able to speak to the motel operators and say, hey, how are things in that 6 month period as compared to the year before? Were you able to track any of that?
Thank you, and through Mayor Charbonneau. We weren't able to speak directly with all the accommodators. We have tried to do that in the past, and it can be a little tricky to get in touch with the right person. However, with the tourism study that we did, collecting a lot of that data, which included, if you recall, overnight stays, is something we'll be doing every 2 to 3 years. So it'll be interesting to monitor, right, how that kind of goes over the years and changes through the shoulder season.
That's great, and I mean, I saw the number of clicks, million, some, and so there seems to be a lot of hits and clicks and so on and so forth. But you know, sometimes it'd be good to measure. You know, I know it's not a lot of money, the 10 or 15 grand, but it'd be good to measure, you know, the success of it. I'm sure you want to get that information too. So, in a way, looking forward to the next set of results.
Thank you, Councilor Nowinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Amanda, incredible report. I really like this report. Things that we should be focusing on. I read it somewhere. I can't find it now, but in the shoulder seasons, go after the gray Bruce people. Don't be trying to get people beyond that. If you get them, bonus, but concentrate on the gray Bruce visitors. And the other thing that stood out in my mind, the 55 to 64 segment proved to be the single most valuable cohort of the entire campaign. So not only Bruce and Gray, but focus on that age category as well and see if we can get as many of those people here who can then spread the word by word of mouth. My question is, was this done in cohort with the BIAs, or is this separate from what the BIAs have been trying to do? Thank you.
Thank you, through Mayor Charbonneau. So this project was led by the town, but with any of these initiatives, we always work very closely with the BIAs, the Chamber, and other relative organizations to make sure that our strategic goals align. So as you can imagine, both BIAs were happy that we were showcasing the downtowns and working with businesses to collect a lot of this footage.
Okay, thank you, Amanda, and I hope everybody pays attention. There is some incredible information in this report. We have to use it if it's going to do anything to our shoulder season numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? If not, thank you very much to the Community Development Officer for the report. And so we'll move on to 12.2, changes to the tiered medical response agreement. Any questions to this item? Don't see any, so thank you to the fire chief for that report. And we'll move on then to 12.3, communications. Several items of communication there. Anybody have anything on any of those 14 items? Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Grace.
I can just, any number?
Just any number, pick a
Okay.
number.
Okay, I'll pick a number. Item 6 on the list, which was an SBIA board minutes. In those minutes, there's a mention of the provincial decision to enable, if a municipality does something, to enable alcoholic BYOB, bring your own beverages, to festivals and other events. We have not enabled that. I've started to see some messaging, particularly on Facebook, some posts from other communities basically saying, yeah, the province has put something in play, but not here. I think that that would be healthy and appropriate for us to do so that there's not confusion, particularly as events start to happen that have license holders taking care of some things. And, you know, it potentially, if people show up with their own alcoholic beverages in particular, that could be very, very problematic. So it's mentioned in the SBIA board minutes about the provincial thing, but it does reference, you know, that the municipality has to do something. We haven't done anything. I think we should tell people that we're not participating. Is that a possibility?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's one of those things where the municipalities can opt in if they're interested in it. And to date, there's been no interest from, I've not heard it from around the council table or from our BIAs and our partners. And I think mostly the feedback that I'm getting is that most of them wouldn't want to see us enable it. So I've sort of just left it alone because nobody's come forward and asked for the opposite. But if council wants to consider it through a staff report, it's something we could bring forward.
I guess the question is, since we haven't enabled it, can we, or should we advise the public that we haven't or don't intend to enable it?
Sorry, yeah, and I guess without having that instruction from council, so if council wanted to give me that direction that they did not want to see a report brought forward that enabled it, then I would feel confident speaking on behalf of the municipality that way.
The Deputy Mayor?
I was not asking for the opt-in. It was to tell people that we hadn't opted in.
So perhaps we could request a report back from staff on that if there's interest from council. And if the answer is negative, then we could advise, then that would give staff the ability to advise the public. So unless there's objection, we'll just ask for that report back. Okay, anything else from you, the Deputy Mayor?
There was number 9, which was about provincial bail notifications. There was enough good stuff in there that, you know, was warranting some support. However, there's also some very specific items to a community that weren't quite as right on from our perspective. But I think it's always important to remind the province to consider seriously their responsibilities, and certainly with provincial bail notifications and just provincial bail in general, I think that there's an opportunity to say, we care, please you care too. So I would recommend support of number 9.
The Deputy Mayor moves support of the correspondence from the Township of Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan about provincial bail notification program support resolution. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Seconded by Councillor Grace. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, may? That's carried. Okay. All right, so if there's further, I will go to Councillor Grace and then to Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just briefly mention number 11, the Kitchener's. This is something we actually did do already, which is calling on Ontario to implement new housing-focused heritage helping building grant of 10 million per year to encourage ARUs within heritage buildings. So it's good to see a large municipality like Kitchener supporting that as well. But I would like us to consider supporting Prince Edward County's motion, which is the next one, to improve accessibility to home insurance for owners of designated heritage properties, calls on the province to investigate why some insurers are raising premiums, and would ask that insurance professionals, heritage professionals work together to compromise on this issue and regulate the impact of heritage designation on insurance premiums. This is something that we've advocated already, but I don't think quite as strongly as this Prince Edward County resolution, and I would like us to support this.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Grace that council support the correspondence from the County of Prince Edward with respect to vacant commercials. No, pardon me, County of Prince Edward with respect to insurance for owners of properties designated under the Ontario Heritage Act support resolution. Is there a seconder? The Vice Deputy Mayor. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so now I'm going to go on to Councillor Davinsky, and then I see Halpin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to go back to the Southampton BIA minutes. I know we've had discussion, I'm surprised it's not in the minutes, but we have had discussion, and the BIA is not in favor of bringing your own booze to an event because it takes away from people trying to make a living. And I'm sure the BIA will continue with that support. The only other thing is the last thing, the town of Plimpton, Wyoming, the Sustainable Provincial Grant Funding for Fire Services in Ontario. I think we should support this. But before we do so, I guess we should ask the fire chief, Ed Millison, through you, Mr. Mayor, as to, I'm sure you've read this, are you in favor of this, or are we causing a can of worms here?
I suspect, how could the chief be in favor of sustainable grant funding? We'll see what he says. The chief.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Davinsky, thank you for the question. I like most of what is written by my friends in Plimpton, Wyoming. We have been getting grant funding to the tune of $20 million a year to the Ontario Fire Service, which equates to 13,000 and change per station. The province has been very definitive on what we can use the money for: cancer prevention and lithium-ion batteries. Plimpton, Wyoming wants to expand that to go to, training initiatives, et cetera. The province, and I think that in my personal opinion, are hesitant to define it to be used for training because a lot of municipalities have spent a lot of money over the last 4 years getting ready for mandatory certification. And they're worried that that money would be used as a crux or a crutch. So I'm all in on sustainable funding, especially the part where we would get money equal to that of our other partners, especially those police guys. But I'm not sure the middle part I would support, but the rest of it, I hope that makes sense to you.
Under those circumstances, I suspect I will withdraw the support for the Plimpton, Wyoming. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'm just going to backtrack in respect to the idea of bringing your own bottle to these events. Do we need a staff report, or could we just ask staff to communicate that we don't do that? Like, not to burden staff and say, oh, we need a big report on this. Could we just ask staff to do some social media saying that Saugeen Shores isn't a bring your own bottle place?
I think the best approach is for the council to have a position on it. And the best way for council to have a formal position on it is through a staff report. It doesn't have to be extensive. Council just, staff just has to come to us and say, here's what the province has done. Does council support doing it or not? If the answer is no, then council's got a position, or staff has a clear position of council, and then they can act on that position. We just need to have real good clarity on it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to ease the workload, but thank you, sir.
I'm sure they appreciate it. Is there anything further, the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Number 13 is about vacant commercial properties. I know that there's been discussion here before, but is there, I don't think we have very many vacant commercial storefronts to address, but is there any merit? Is this an issue that could be helpful in terms of getting some action into some of those vacant storefronts? Again, I don't think there's very many in Saugeen Shores.
I don't know if we can answer that at this moment. We don't have a good answer for you at the moment.
Well, maybe I'll just phrase the question over there to Daniel. If there's a vacant storefront downtown, is the reduction in tax that they get because it's vacant dramatic, or is it fairly comparable to what something that's not vacant would be paying?
The CFO.
There used to be a vacancy rebate program in place, but that program is no longer in place. So there is no reduction for vacant properties right now.
That answers my question. Thank you.
I believe this is actually, and I'm just refreshing my memory on reading, this is intended as a special tax targeting vacant storefronts. In other words, a penalty against vacancy, which I couldn't support. Are there any further comments on it, the Deputy Mayor?
Well, I was thinking that there was a break so that this would put them back, but they're already back to the level that others are paying. So my question was answered.
Gotcha. All right. Anything else on the items of correspondence? Don't see anything. So that brings us back to the main motion. It's moved and seconded. All, let's call in favor. That is carried. Now we're on then to bylaws. One bylaw there. The resolution is that bylaw 58-2026 is hereby read, passed, and sealed this 8th day of June, 2026. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Davinsky. Questions or comments? Seeing none. All in favor? That is carried. And I have a resolution then with the confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw 59-2026 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores is hereby read, passed, and sealed this 8th day of June, 2026. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Halpin. All in favor? That is carried. And finally, a resolution, this regular council meeting of June 8th, 2026 hereby adjourns at 10:44 p.m. Is there a mover and seconder? Anybody? Davinsky and the Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.
Good night, everyone.